Good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to introduce Aude, even if she's already very well known in Dynamis network. She's professor of media studies and visual culture in the Department of Art and Media Studies in the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Her research focuses on images, especially technical images, and science images, and branches out to include photography, scientific instruments, technologies of thinking, medical imaging, and visualization. And she's currently leading the interdisciplinary research project Picturing the Brain, Perspectives on Neuroimaging, funded by the Research Council of Norway. Her publication covers a very wide range of topics. I just mentioned the fact that she is co-editor of Visualization in the Age of Computerization for Routledge this year, and Ernst Cassirer on Form and Technology, Contemporary Readings for Belgrade 2012. And her current research further includes the project Techniques of Thinking, Image, Word, Number, and especially the measuring body, which interests me a lot, with Anna Maria Carusi, which explores the potential of the later work of Merleau-Ponty. So please, Aude.
So, how do I open this?
What would you like to do?
Open this.
Yeah. Just...
Oh, there's that.
Yes. Okay. Do you need sound? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chiara, for your kind introduction, and also thank you to Emmanuel and Chiara and Sarah for inviting me to take part in this network. And I'm thrilled to be part of this joint investigation of dynamic images. So, oh, it's going by itself.
It's because the speakers are connected.
I don't need some.
Oh, you don't need
No.
Sorry for a second, the short noise.
Don't give away my pictures. Okay. This paper contributes to the ongoing attempts to reconceive images in dynamic terms. Today, images are increasingly conceived as performative or as endowed with a certain measure of agency. The guiding questions in contemporary image theory are increasingly focusing on what images do on their activity and mode of operation. My take on the question regarding the agency of images is to conceive images as operative tools, or more precisely as differential apparatuses. In recent years, I have been primarily focusing, as Chiara mentioned, on epistemic images, on the role of images in knowledge, and the workings and functions of scientific images and imaging technologies. And previously, I conducted a project focusing on the use of photography for surveillance and control of criminals and public prostitutes. And currently, I am heading an interdisciplinary project focusing on that brings humanities perspective to bear on current neuroimaging practices, how brain images are used as a research tool in cognitive neuroscience, as surgical instruments by neurosurgeons, such as you can see here, and also as a strong visual rhetoric. So what I seek throughout these projects is to develop a non-representational and non-dualist framework for understanding the workings and functions of images like this, and or operative images, you can perhaps say, and of images more generally. As I've argued elsewhere, there are interconnections between artistic images and science images, indeed, between imaging and measuring operations, in that both relate to their objects in a manner that is at once transformative and revealing. And this is a main challenge for me, to develop a framework that can make sense of images, can account for this dual characteristic at once transformative and revealing. Because often it's like an opposition between them or contrast. Further, what I hope to show is that imaging and measuring are intellectual and creative operations that stand in a generative relation both to objects and to observers. Conceiving images as operative and differential challenges established distinction between the sensible and the intelligible, the presentational and the discursive, and the visual and the logical. In this paper, then, I further developed the operative and differential approach to images by exploring some ideas about images that are set forth by Gilbert Simondon in his lecture notes for a course on imagination and invention held at Sorbonne in 1965 and 1966. I think Simondon's ideas are relevant to our joint concerns in this workshop. For example, how to include the body without naturalizing it, as we talked about yesterday, or how to account for images and imagination in a way that conceives them as functions of the real and not merely as some kind of fiction or unreal or something like that. The ideas to be discussed include Simondon's notion of the precession of images, the idea that images recruit the object, and the relative independence of images. I proceed to discuss images in science and go on to argue that images have what I refer to as ontological import. I conclude the paper by giving my reasons for using the term differential apparatuses, or for characterizing images as differential apparatuses. And I connect the term to Simondon's discussion of anticipatory spontaneity, which for him is the key to understanding images. So for Simondon, the prototypical framework is the relation between organism and environment, and not, for instance, the relation between body and mind. That would be too close up on itself. This even includes his approach to images, for, according to Simondon, images relate to their objects like a living being to its environment. Further, both organism and environment are conceived as primordial sources of novelty and chance. The perceptual relation involves an encounter between and a coupling of two systems, the system of the organism and whatever systems in the environment. However, and this is a key point, the images, Simondon insists, comes before the perceptual relation. In fact, Simondon talks about images a priori. He also talks about a cycle of images, which consists of three phases. The first is anticipation, the second is experience, and the third is systematization. The first phase consists of spontaneous movements on the part of the organism. These movements and actions are the initiatives of the organism, and Simondon considers them as anticipation of perception. He refers to these movements as movement images, or as motoric images, or as action schemata. Actually, he uses several names for this. So in what sense are these movements images? Also, he doesn't distinguish between imagination and images in this course, so just to warn you about that. Maybe we can discuss that. So Simondon, so what does it mean? So in what sense are these movements images? Simondon does not answer this directly, but based on the course notes, we can draw out several reasons. First, they are spontaneous. Second, they are structured and organized and manifest characteristic patterns of conduct or action. And third, they prefigure the object as met in perception. So they are, in a sense, prefigurations of the perceptual objects. Images then have to do with what Simondon calls spontaneous anticipation, which means that they have a capacity to foresee. Further, perception cannot really be separated from images or imagination, since the images are the a priori that permits the insertion of the living being in its environment. Hence the term procession of images. Simondon, therefore, talks about intraperceptive images. The next phase then, in this cycle of images that he talks about, is experience. In this phase, the organism interacts with the environment, and through these interactions, the images gradually become more developed and perceptive as perceptive motoric systems of receiving information. And in the third phase, systematization, the images organize themselves into symbolic systems that have affective and emotional resonances. And in this phase, invention fosters the establishment of larger and more powerful symbolic systems. And immersion is also conducive to new cycles of the images. So it's an ongoing project where these images, in a way, are regrouped and enter new levels all the time. As should be clear from this, Simondon's notion of images breaks with Jean-Paul Sartre's notion of imagination. According to Sartre, to exist in image is opposed to exist in fact. And for him, imagination does not have a real object. The imaginative consciousness poses the object as a nothingness. Imagination is thus contrasted with perception, which is characterized as the function of the real. For Simondon, by contrast, imagination concerns the real, and in fact, in a more primordial way than perception. The image operates at the basis of the capacity of perception without turning it into a fictional construction. And this has to do with Simondon's idea, which I think is very productive, of recruiting the object, the way that images recruit their objects. So according to Simondon, the relation of stimulus and response is not primary. For, as we have seen, motoric activity precedes sensibility. The organism's reactions in the presence of an object are preceded by this spontaneous activity, which exists before the reception of the characteristic signals of the object. This has consequences for how we are to understand the status of the object. For as Simondon points out, the notion of the object needs to be examined more closely because of this, because of the procession of images. So on Simondon's account, the object is not simply given in perception, it is actively anticipated and prefigured by the organism. The object, in other words, is not passively received by the organism, but actively recruited by it. So this notion of recruiting is somehow then an active, so that replaces the receiving. It's instead of receiving, it's a recruiting of the object. And I think this notion of recruiting is exactly a very productive term to understand the relative agency of images. Further, the precession of the image also implies that the image is more general than the individual objects. This has to do with the virtual dimension of images. The images are, so to speak, anticipations of potentials. That is, they anticipate the object through potential characters that are richer than the grasping of the individual object at hand. A third point that concerns the status of the object. It is important to note that, on Simondon's account, the configuring of the object is a two-way process, and not simply a form that is imposed onto an object conceived as passive matter. And challenging facile opposition between matter and form, he goes on to characterize the interperceptive images as, I quote, the common style of the texture and the configuration. So it's the images brings about a common style across two systems. And in his course notes, Simondon uses Le Corbusier as an example of such a crossing. For in his architecture does not hide its materials. Instead, it permits, I quote again, a conversation in the image between the textures and the configurations. So he goes on to characterize the image as a joint operation of texture and configuration, or else as a coupling of texture and configurations, or of environment and organism. So what we're dealing here is with an operative notion of images that intervenes and institutes a new system that performs this coupling. So images are what brings about a coupling or joint style. Okay, I will now turn to the relative independence of images. As Simondon sees it, imagination and invention are successive phases of the same process. So even if he talks about interperceptive images in terms of the anticipatory initiatives of the organism, the images retain a relative exteriority to the subject. Images have to do with the way that living beings continuously tend to surpass themselves, a tendency that actualizes itself in invention. So the cycle of images involves what Simondon talks about as processes of formalization. And formalization here involves the establishing of a general manner of relating to and acting in the world. That is, it involves the establishing of a fixed method of doing something or of a certain rule of conduct. So by being formalized as symbols, for actually also Simondon also refers to this process as symbolization, the images become, so to speak, instruments for new actions. So the process of formalization then is directed at the future just as much as at the past. And the process of formalization also involves invention, that is, an organizational change in the system of images, bringing about a new state in a system that sets off a new process of genesis or new cycles of images. Further, through formalization and invention, images acquire a relative autonomy. According to Simondon, the process of invention formalizes itself most perfectly when it produces a detachable object of work that is independent of the subject, like, for instance, technical objects or artworks. Detachable artifacts are powerful because they can be shared and because they allow what he calls successive transmission. As Simondon sees it, created works are characterized by universality and timelessness, but then only in a very specific and maybe we could say performative sense, or what he called virtual eternity. So this virtuality of created works consists in, I quote, the permanent possibility of reincorporation into works or later creations in the form of schema or element. So in a way, like a tool, the virtual eternity consists in the thing that we can use the tool again and again, or in the artwork that it comes to life each time we experience it. But what does it mean, really, by the term invention? Invention for Simondo involves a change of structure. The prototypical situation will be an organism facing a problem or an obstacle. And we are in this situation, in a way, dealing with two incompatible orders. Invention, then, is the discovery of a mediation between the two orders, and thus of a way of overcoming an incompatibility. So what invention does is that it brings about compatibility, an extrinsic compatibility between the environment and an organism, and simultaneously an intrinsic compatibility between the subparts of the actions to be performed. Simondo discusses different kinds of inventions. He talks about detours, collaboration between different operators, the fabrication of instruments, etc. But for Simondo, technical invention is paradigmatic for invention in other domains, including arts and science. And technical invention involves, he says, amplification, not only in the practical sense, but in the cognitive sense as well. So technical invention has an amplificatory effect due to the recruiting of natural effects. For example, the creative invention of objects bring to scientific discovery givens that perceptive observation is not able to extract from reality. So it amplifies our powers in a way to be able to get access to new aspects of reality. And I think we find a clear example of such amplification through recruiting of natural effects in medical imaging. As you can see, an example over here, this is from the operating room. So this is like the information that is given to the surgeon on the screen. Here you can see an MRI images with some visualization overlaid for functional data. And then it's a ultrasound image. And then the third is giving the position of the ultrasound probe relative to the head. So that's one instance. But what I'm going to go deeper into now is to give an example of this recruitment of objects, of the object, is by focusing on magnetic resonance imaging, that kind of imaging that you see here on the left. So far from being passive reflections of pre-given realities, medical images rely on active interventions. Magnetic resonance imaging, for example, produces images using the magnetic properties of hydrogen atoms which abound in the human body, especially in tissues such as fat and water. When the patient is placed in an MRI scanner, the system generates images by producing a strong, uniform magnetic field that aligns the axis of the protons, both parallel and anti-parallel to the field, and by emitting a radio frequency pulse and altering the magnetic fields on the local level using gradient magnets to determine the location of the so-called image slices. And the point is, so there is like a uniform field made by the scanner, and then it's like the provocations of this radio frequency transmitter. So it provokes the protons to be like, they get out of this alignment that the magnetic field produces. So they are like pushed out of alignment. And then when the radio transmitter is turned off, they slowly go back to the alignment again, the protons, which is called relaxation. And it is in this phase of relaxation that the protons produce a radio wave signals as they release their energy and return to the equilibrium state. So the signals are picked up by the system's receiver coils and transformed into gray level intensities for each pixel in a cross-sectional image of the kind we are used to see like this. But how then are the contests like this in the image? That has to do with the fact that different tissues have different relaxation times, which means that different scanning sequences or scanning methods can be used to distinguish between different types of tissue, like for instance fat or water, or pathological tissue from normal tissue. So the two basic types and most commonly used clinical scans are called T1 and T2, which you can see examples of here. So depending on the selection of acquisition parameters, the scans become differentially sensitive to different features in the object. So T1 and T2 scans both differentiate fat from water, but while on T1 weighted scans, you can see here on the left, water is darker and fat brighter, the opposite is the case with T2 weighted scans. So on T1 weighted scans, which highlight fat, brain tumors appear either as darker as brain tissue or as same intensity as brain tissue. So actually, in both these slides, it's the same brain which has a tumor. You can see, you can hardly see it there, but you see it much more clearly in the direct scan there. The tumor is here. Because you can see it's brighter, and here it's hardly, it's not so noticeable in this.
Big area? Big?
Yeah, yeah, it's here. Yeah. No, side on the side. It's here. It's here. And this is actually interesting because maybe we think that tumor is.
Yeah, it is.
But maybe we think that tumor is like has a clear limit and it's easy to find, you know. But it's actually lots of interpretation to decide where the limits of the tumor is. And actually, I was observing a brain operation where they were going to remove a tumor, and it was quite interesting and quite upsetting to realize that the surgeon and assistant actually were negotiating during the during the procedure not only where it was and whether it was a tumor or not. And actually have to send samples to the laboratory, and then some of them are negative, some of them are positive, you know. So it's not like it's so it's very much a differentiation process, and the switch between modalities and all different modalities give different indications. So it's like that's the challenge, one of the many challenges. Okay, so the reason why the tumor shows better on that slide there, they think this is showing it better than is because here fluid or water gets brighter than brain tissue, and tumors are normally associated with accumulation of fluids. So it's indirectly, in a way, indication of a tumor because there's lots of water in that. So that's why, in this case, the T2 would give a better indication than the T1.
We'll ask for T2.
What?
We'll ask for the T2.
Yeah, do that. Okay. So, well, I just think that this kind of imaging, not only MRI, but medical imaging in general, is a good example of what Simondo talks about as a recruiting of the object. And actually also what it doesn't talk so much about is that, of course, it will also mean that it's a recruiting of the subject, because each of these methods also institute different way of seeing, of observing the object. So it's always a recruiting of an object is simultaneously a recruiting of the subject. And also it's interesting with these images because it shows that there's a directedness and anticipation on the side of the apparatus. So they approach the objects and are open to different features of the object that shifts from one method to the next. And also what is crucial is that even if there is an anticipation of the apparatus, of course, this does not just project and impose forms, but it's a two-way relationship. So even if there is an anticipation and directedness, the patterns that result are not arbitrary, but still they are variable. Okay, so the main lesson I think to be learned from Simondon when it comes to understanding epistemic images is that there is this anticipation or imagination or formative activity and directedness going on, and that this plays a crucial role in scientific discovery. Actually, there will not be any discovery without these provocations in this case. You have to provoke the object to, in a way, answer back. And this includes the realization that the measuring instruments instantiate what they visualize, as was something that Arno talked about yesterday. And that they, in a way, bring about a coupling between different orders and establishes a joint style that informs not only the object, but the observer as well, as I just mentioned. Okay. So as I see it, the implication of Simondon's idea about the recruiting of the objects, and we would add the recruiting of the subject, is that images have ontological import. And according to Simondon, a created object is not a secondary supplement in the world, it is a real instituted by invention. For as products of invention, technical objects have, in a way, quasi-organic character, which is to say that they are characterized by structural and functional autocorrelation. It is partly false, therefore, to say that invention is made to attain a goal or to realize an effect that is predicted in advance. Certainly, invention happens because of a problem, at least sometimes, but the effects of the invention always go beyond the resolution of the problem. Real invention, then, involves a leap that is an amplifying effect which surpasses simple finality. So invention involves a functional plus value, a superabundance of efficacy through which created objects incorporate more and more natural reality. And by so incorporating natural effects, their effects become less and less arbitrary and artificial, and in a sense, they become nature. And for those of you who know Simondon's work on technical objects, this is, of course, also how he characterizes the process of concretization in technical. All of it? Well, invention in the plus value thing? Okay. So invention involves a functional plus value, a superabundance of efficacy, through which created objects incorporate more and more natural reality. And by incorporating natural effects, their effects become less and less arbitrary and artificial, and in a sense, they become nature. So also what he does, what I think is interesting, that he really undermines this dualism between the natural and artificial. They are really intertwined in this work. So that the nature of the organism is expanding and sort of incorporating things that were not part of the human well before, but then it becomes. And this is what he calls in his treatment of technical objects, the being of technical objects, the mode of existence, is, he calls it concretization, process of concretization, is becoming nature. So invention leads to an incorporation of non-human realities into a system that has meaning for humans, which is also very obvious in this case of medical imaging. Okay, so I now proceed to my concluding remarks regarding my characterization of images as differential apparatuses. As I have argued elsewhere, if we want to grasp images in their operative and structuring function, it would make sense to consider them as mediating apparatuses. And Simondon's point regarding the procession of images is a reminder that our access to the world and other beings is mediated, but not in the representational sense. The image in its intraperceptive role is not a thing, but rather a kind of generative tool. And actually, I prefer the term apparatus to tool, so I changed my title from the abstract, because it could also be used of the body, because that's, we talk about the bodily apparatus. And I like this, that you can use both of the artificial and the natural, because this is the point of Simondon also to integrate this more radically. Yes, I prefer the term apparatus because it could also be used of the body, and it reminds us that where there is expression and meaning, there's always Darstellung, is another concept that I've also worked with earlier, or some kind of dispositif or apparatus or mediating structure somehow that is also has this material element. And Simondon talks about motoric images and movements, and he maintains that the organism can be characterized as an ensemble of such schemata of conduct. And taken together, the motoric images, or all these little schemata of conducts, make up the organism's body schema, which is a term that he uses much in the same sense as Merleau-Ponty. However, it's important here to notice that the body schema is not closed upon itself, but continuously surpasses itself by being open into the environment and to invention. And thus it is constantly subject to change through invention and interaction with the environment. I also like the term apparatus because it means to make ready and captures Simondon's point regarding spontaneous anticipation. For also like Simondon's intraperceptive images, the apparatus is more general than the object it targets or its local uses. And again, like Simondon's intraperceptive images, apparatuses prefigure their objects. They are never neutral, but intervene by shaping and informing these objects. And further, what I hope to convince you is that images are not only apparatuses, but differential apparatuses, which is to say that images are not based on resemblance, but rather operate through differentiation. Images prefigure their objects, and imaging is about configuration. So instead of thinking about figurative, abstract images, I think this notion of configuration is more for that. And like Simondon points out, the stability of images is born out of a two-way reciprocal relation that involves the coupling of two systems. So images do not represent given realities, but articulate through recruiting.
Thank you very much. That's fascinating. I have one remark and one question.
Yes.
The remark is that I think you showed us very well that in brain imaging we have to forget the idea of image as a trace, because we don't have any kind of trace. And this poses, of course, an enormous problem if we want to connect in a traditional way images and reality. And that's why you showed us that we don't have to connect images with real world, because in a certain way, the images that are produced by brain imaging techniques are objects in the real world. So it's a completely different status that they have.
Which, the last thing, that the images are...
This kind of images, yes, they are just real objects in the real world. So they don't need to be connected with the real world. It's another, if I understood well your point, it's another kind of ontological status that they have.
But why do you think it's not trace?
Because what was very well, the images that are this image, the way of producing this kind of images is so elaborated
and it goes through so many physical and mathematical and even levels of manipulation of data and engineering that they are completely reconstructed. There is it's hard to imagine, but between the maybe old ones speaking at my place, but just to finish the,
Yes.
the sentences. From the brain of the man and the woman and all that, and the image of the brain, there is no direct connection at all. You need physics, engineering, math, computer science, many different kind of modification of the data.
Yeah, but I think you're right that it's not.
One question.
Okay, just to that.
Yeah.
I think, okay, I don't think it's a trace, at least not that how that was traditionally understood, especially in photography, which I guess that's what you were saying. But still, I think there is a connection. So that's, but it's exactly, but it's not a direct connection. It's a mediate connection, but still, it's not mediate in a representational sense. It's in this transformative sense, and this problem that you point to is going directly to the key challenge, because if it was just a construction, from the machinery, then it wouldn't reveal something.
Yeah.
But it actually does, but by reforming it. So I think so. This is really some. Think that I tried to.
Causal chain.
Yeah, but it's not a causal chain. It's more like actually, it's a similar or melody I used to talk about circular causality, because to address this key point that the images you see here are both transformative and revealing, you have to. The traditional notion of causality doesn't work because it's not reciprocal.
Reciprocal precession.
Yes.
I think that's maybe the.
Yes, reciprocal, yes.
Precession, so.
Yes. It's a precession, but still, there is an actual answering back. So the patterns we see are not only a result of machinery, also the brain in question. It isn't, so that's what I think the best term I found for it so far is a differential encounter, where both are transformed in a way, or both bring something.
Yeah, so that's just my question is exactly about that, because I think that if we take these images seriously, which is not so easy to do, the notion of fiction, I am obsessed with it, yes, I know, but the notion of fiction is very productive, because fiction not in the sense of fictitious,
yes,
nor in the sense of dramaturgical or anything like that. But the idea of the images as transforming and transformed object.
yes.
So I think that this kind of images can be very can reach the debate if they are looked at.
If they are looked at.
If we look at them as they need to be looked, and without any bias.
And I think fiction could work if you leave, the old distinction between reality and fiction. If fiction means that there's a formative element, then yes. Formative. Yes.
I mean, what you're talking about, because for me, for example, also traditional photography has got the same kind of mediation.
Yes, if
it's just like, if the different stages of a traditional photography and this image is just the amount of mediation, to me, this is really problematic because, then a traditional photography has got always I would say, semiotic mediation. So it's not a trace. Technological, of course, yeah, but it always deals with the fact that it's, to me, that one is the form of a trace. It's not a trace. forme de l'enfance,
Yeah, and yeah.
So maybe form, I mean, if I understood it well, you are saying that this kind of scientific image traces relationships in their own way. And these relationships are, I mean, give back in some way the relationships in the real world. And this is the kind of mediation that is proper to form, to me.
But these relations are not just given as, they are actually like singled out by the machinery. It's like, so in a way the machinery makes cuts, but then relations emerge that will not, that is not arbitrary. And I completely agree with you that that was actually what I wanted to say after, also for your comment about photography, that I would challenge the photography idea of trace exactly on this point. And that's why exactly these kind of images have interested me, because this is like the prototypical, you can't get it more representational in the, you know, like the pure, they should not be artistic, they should be just, and the intention is, you know, to identify and all that. So one of the main theoretical things that is that show that even here, even in this case, there is a differential change, there is an anticipation from the side of the camera and all the whole identification system. And we could also talk, I didn't work with Simondon, when I worked with this, we can also talk about really recruiting objects or subjects.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm really grateful that you brought this in, and you're really one of the few people who be on both sides. I'm very much into these new devices, and at the same time, this is integrating this into high-level theoretical debate. I think we have to be very grateful, and also for the reading you're doing of Simondon, this lecture course, this amazing lecture course, Imagination et Dimension, which has not really received, I think, sufficient attention. I had the sense, it's more of a comment than a question, but I had the sense that you, by introducing this notion of differentiality, differential practices, differential operations, you showed us a way of how to break with a very dominant paradigm in Western image conceptuality, which is the image as a recognitional pattern. And we have many different names for this. We can talk about typology, typos, and the print. We can talk about characteristics, character. We can talk about the eidos, ideology, the study of the form as something stable. And I don't know if you would go along with this reading, but it seems to me that Simondon shows why images are not only meant as tools for grasping constancy, so the constancy of objects in perception, in imagination, so identifying, but also as I think sometimes he calls them germs, not only synthetic recognitional summarizing tools, but also germs where something moves away. And this is not the contrary of individuation, this is a process of individuation itself. But this would then mean that if we talk about Gestalt, for instance, where he does, Gestalt is not a translation of form in the sense of a typology, but Gestalt is in itself a non-identitarian move, because it has to do with, in some way, sensing a differentiation, something, a field that differentiates itself. I think he gives the example of the shepherd. He says the shepherd can immediately tell if one or two of the sheep are missing, but it would be impossible to say how many there are. And this is what he calls the image. And I think he refers back to this famous example by Alain, which all these French philosophers always repeat, about the columns of the Panthéon. And you can visualize the pompeoimmediately the cones, but it would be possible to tell how many there are. And the shepherd couldn't either tell how many sheep there are, but he can immediately tell that something has shifted, something has moved. So I had the sense that what you were presenting us as images as differential, right? This was also a way of, I think, far-reaching philosophical consequences, which has to do with differentiality as a non-recognizing mode of orienting ourselves in the world, which is not based on previous identities or given patterns. But yeah, there was a comment I don't know if you recognize.
Yeah, I very much agree with all of that. And I think that even if, yeah, also writing this presentation, I feel a little uneasy with the individual object, even to say that the image is more general than individual object. Because I think that image more than, it's more like it institutes a field of potential appearances and potential determinations. And it's somehow, so as long as you're in that, you're using that apparatus, this world is open anyway, and that's not about, and then the objects that actually appear then are not like, they're open-ended and exchangeable, and so also the establishment of our apparatus will also establish a way of comparing objects in this, that is only working within this field. So I think this is also to do with measuring. That's why I'm so interested in measuring instruments. How measuring instruments also work in exactly this way, that they like recruit an object, and if you go from one measuring object to another, it's different. And that's a challenge, of course, for the neurosurgeons, swapping between these image modalities, because they don't really overlap, but still all of them reveal something. But then always, so you have this. So I think the differential in that sense is very useful. But then not differential in the sense of postponing, but more inferential and integration together. So that this image, all imaging technologies, I think that's why they're getting at this configuration, that is integrating and differentiating, and that also relates to the, at the same time, and to the Gestalt. If you think the Gestalt more dynamic, as you suggested, then it's also pushing things out. So by integrating something, you're pushing other distinctions out.
The kind of construction which has to do with the effect of the symptoms, like Marcos presented yesterday, right? It's a construction, as Freud said, but it's a construction which has symptomatic effects. Right?
Yeah. Thanks very much. I have a remark on what Chiara said earlier, and then a question to you, but I just want to make a remark. Can we go back to this brain?
Yes, the last one with the tumor.
Yeah, exactly. So the question was, can these images be regarded as the effect of material traces? And I just wanted to throw in the German historian of science, Hans-Jörg Reinberger, who has done a lot of work with epistemic images in microbiology. And Reinberger, in a way, is a realist. He says there are material traces in the laboratory we can observe of certain gene fragments and so on, and they express, he uses the term of expression, also Darstellung. People in the laboratory use the term as well, express themselves in the, what in German is called Präparate, I don't know the word in English. But what is specific and what is a generative function for Reinberger is that this material expression only occurs in relationship between the apparatus and the environment. Yeah. So that's really also a very Simondonian point. I would say that you can reformulate it in totally materialistic terms. Reinberger talks about material chains, and these chains are very, very complicated. So normally you would not see them, but nevertheless, there are material chains, and they're related to the structure of the apparatus. practices evolve around structure. So I personally would say let's not talk about fiction, but let's talk about these material practices and these material descriptions of the images. And the question I have is about the specificity of images as differentiating apparatuses.
Yes.
Because it seems to me that there are not only images that are differentiating apparatuses, like diagrams are differentiating apparatuses as well, or mathematical formulae. And not every technical dispositive or every machine or apparatus that produces differentiating apparatuses produces images.
Yes.
And I did not really get the point, what is so specific about images as Darstellungen in comparison to formulae, let's say,
Yes.
or to diagrams, or to other forms of differentiating apparatuses. What is the specificity, or is there none? Or would you not say all of these representations are images?
I think that's a great comment, and it goes straight to one of the challenges that I'm facing with this. Because you're absolutely right, because by considering images as differential apparatuses, I sort of opened it completely. That doesn't make, so I'm talking about measurement experiment tools, you know, it's actually, so in a way, all that I've been saying here would also be the case for a great many tools. And like you said, mathematical formulas. And
so why don't you talk about images?
Yeah, so yeah, so far what I've been doing is to challenge the distinctions between the traditional distinctions that separate like formulas from images and concepts, linguistic concepts from images. So that's why the book is, my idea is to write the book, Image Word Number, is exactly to look at, so in a way, I'm saying, and that would, I guess, also Simondon uses image in an extremely wide sense. Sometimes he said, instead of motoric images, he said rationality or rational schema. So suddenly the image becomes the very notion of rationality as such, as logos even. So it opens all the way there. And I must admit that I am not sure actually, so far what I'm trying to do is I'm convinced that there's inner connections between mathematics, like I'm also very interested in diagrams for this reason, and measurements and imaging and measurements, that it's a kind of imaging in measuring, in the sense that it configures. And also with mathematical thinking, it configures. So, and in all of this, there's also a kind of logos that operates. So it's all of this at once. So far, I've been using my, using most of the time to point to these inner connections. So just do opening in order to reframe everything. But then the next step would be, and that step I haven't taken, and that's exactly what you point. So what then? And I don't know if there is any suggestion, how would we, because I would insist that there's a kind of, I'm not sure if it's called images or intuition or, you know, this configuring capacity going on in all tools. But then, of course, they do it in different ways and still makes sense to group them. But I don't know what then the criteria of that would be yet. But I would look into and if anyone has suggestion how to delimit the image again after making this.
Last question.
And last question is maybe a follow-up on what Mark said. So first of all, I agree completely with the idea of those material sequences. That's what I meant by causal. I think we should not be afraid for, even if we have mediation and different layers of complicated forms of mediation. So this is one thing. And the other thing is, I don't know if this is what you meant when you said why an image, but when you talk about those things, like it's often used, I mean, in the practical jargon, imaging, scanning, right? And I wonder whether this is coincidental or tells us something about the nature of this phenomenon. That is, we're looking at the brain. So suppose we can swallow something and then our brain, our head would be mapped suddenly here in the room. Would we call it an image? And not necessarily, right? It would be certain appearance. So I would maybe want to make a distinction between an image in a more traditional sense and this kind of imaging, which is accessing something visually. Maybe not completely directly, but accessing it visually. And I think that what we agree here is accessing certain information. And now when we look at it in philosophical or theoretical, non-practical context, maybe what we're seeing is already an image. But in real time, I'm not sure the word image is precise here. Or to put it differently, I'm not someone who really cares about, not pedantic about what words to use, but I think if you use a word, you have to kind of explain it. So I would say that if you want to call it an image, then you have to kind of locate it on a wide spectrum of images. Clearly, it's not the only image available. And in this sense, I would even go and say something stronger and say that we might want to even be careful and see that these kind of images, what they serve is what people have called like instrumental reason. And the question is whether we want to yield to conceptions of the image that are instrumental, or we want to keep other forms of images alive. And to conclude, you said that Simon is very different from Sartre in his conception of the image. And I think you're completely right. But Sartre, right, he says that the image for him has to do with our ability as human beings to suspend, to negate reality, to negate facts. Now, maybe this capacity is important. And here we have exactly that kind of surrendering to the facts. And this is part of reality as well. Maybe we want to keep the tension, keep around other options constantly. Also, I'm speaking from an ethical perspective.
Great comment. Let's start with. I'll start with the last. I think. Yeah. What is that? So I think still that I would also So these kind of images are normally considered like instrumental reasoning and instrumental, but that's actually what I hope to challenge. And that is I mentioned in the comment yesterday, the forgetfulness of the constructed character. So what I think that these images need instead is like Arne talked about, the reflection that is intertwined with what we see. That we need a criticism of these images, much more like image criticism, so that we realize that even if the intention is instrumental, like, which is definitely the case with these, for instance, right? But even in this case, it's very interesting all the ways that the apparatus actually fails the intention of the authorities using it and all that. That was one. So, and I definitely agree, we need an ethics of this, and also I think the fictional. I don't think Sartre is the way to go, but I think still we need the fiction that's already operated in this sense also in, for instance, in simulations, which is very close to like this fiction, and simulations in science. I think instead of like saying that images are instrumental and then we need, for instance, art to take care of and be like a contrast and things. Of course, we need that as well, but then we also need these kind of images are left as if they're actually doing what they're meant to do or what they think the neuroscientists think they're doing. And so challenge this to show the formative powers that are here. And then also you had a point about, and which is, I think it's a very good point. It's actually, to show these kind of images are not giving, it's not adequate actually to what this, how these kinds of images are used. Because they are very operative. They're not used like pictures on the wall. They are not so interested in one like singular picture, like an image. It's really in the, that's also what I talked about last, that I mean by opera, that they're part of an operation, they are part of a process. And even though they are instrumental, but even though not in instrumentalist sense, they're still shading and all that, so you have to have both those in your mind. So, and also in the brain project, when we investigate these things, we never look at the outcomes like this. This is just a presentation here to make a simple point. We are interested in the whole apparatus and the experimental apparatus and the experiment, how they are set up. The whole, it's very complex. Even these are simple images compared to the functional images in common neuroscience. We have the experimental assessment. Okay, so, and actually I would prefer to think of all kinds of images as imaging, even photographs as species of imaging, because of the transformational. Because image, the static node, is still very much this idea of image of. But if you change it to imaging, you get this more active relation. And just one last thing, I'm sure the time is up.
Clock is not.
Clock is not, good. And your comment about realism, that's also something I've been thinking about, because in a way, I'm not so comfortable with this social constructivism, because you have the surgeons actually doing these things on real brain, and you can't just, I'm not happy with if there was this social constructivism that they're operating on. Yeah, that's no. So that's I feel like but then I'm not happy with realism either. So in the course of throwing everything up in the air, I've been trying to introduce this new notion of transformational realism. Something.
Okay. Yeah, of course you have to qualify it.
Yeah.
That's clear.
So that's the process.
Thank you very much. So we have a coffee break. I'll back to
The office downstairs.
È questo.
Non posso mettere semplicemente il mio corpo?
Sì, mettilo. E dopo metti questo e qui controlli, vedi, avanti, vai indietro.
Ah, secondo me è peggio. Sì, però è vero, forse è vero. Però sai, sono talmente abituata.
E invece sei più libera.
Ah?
Io ho iniziato a usare...
Vediamo dove è andata. Ah, ecco, ok.
Insomma, ti lascio giocherellare
sì,
e dopo...
Ma
Mettilo sul desktop e poi ritiri.
so stark ist, dass die Bildmaterial viele
Yeah, there's an instrument there.
Ja, das ist sehr überzeugend. Als Geschichte ihr macht ja alle nur noch
Maybe.
I don't know.
I wanted to tell you first of all that I was so sorry to
No, it's okay.
not to be in your
Yeah,
talk.
no,
because
it's my fault.
Because the topic is so close to things I'm interested in Freud and the primal scene. I felt
Really?
a big miss.
Are you reading German?
Not
No,
really.
not really. If I may, I will send you 2 papers I give in English,
Yes.
which are around my book. I've written a book about the topic. I will also send you my book
What is the topic?
about the primal scene
Wow.
and about the conception. In the book, I've explored the material culture of Freud's research process in getting to the concept of the primal scene. So I've taken a look at the manuscripts in the Library of Congress.
Wow.
No one has ever does, and I've analyzed the material practices that are there, like he collages, he cuts out his own texts and he pastes them into printed text and he pastes them into the manuscripts and the first
Amazing.
editions and how
yes.
he makes arguments, material arguments in arranging the graphics of his first editions. He was someone very, very concerned with publishing and with arranging also materially his materials. And I did this and I tried to link these material practices of Freud to his arguments.
To his conception of primal scene.
Exactly. And how the conception of the primal scene is only thinkable through these practices.
Wow.
And no one has ever,
And
no one
that's
has
what you
ever
talked
done.
about?
That's what I talked about
I'm
yesterday,
so
and that's what
sorry.
is in my
So
book.
you can send me something to read?
Yeah, I have 2 or 3, I think, papers in English.
Wonderful.
But I will also send you the book so you can have a look at the
I would be
materials.
grateful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Can I look you up in the internet? Okay, so I will do that.
Definitely.
And I'm so sorry for not speaking in English, but there was a
No, because
misunderstanding.
your
I
English
thought-
is so good also. And,
Yes, yes, I don't know, but it just was a misunderstanding. I thought
And let's say from an open image to another one, from the street to the street. I am really glad to introduce Adi Kenan in his talk about the promise of an open image, the case of street art. I am quite sure that Hagi will keep what he promised. I mean that will give us a pleasure for our mind, eye, and soul. A philosophical pleasure by listening to him talking carefully, sharply about a kind of image met by all of us every day in our life. An image or a picture mixed, blended with a lot of the picture of urban science, and for this reason, an image that should be the subject of a critical lens, which separates and connects. The lecture made for our workshop here is a part of a book project about the urban imagination. But the best, I say to Hagi, the best is now to give the floor to Hagi, not without a short summary of his work. Hagi Kenan is a philosopher, professor of philosophy at Tel Aviv University after a PhD at Yale University, specializing in phenomenology, aesthetics, and philosophy of art. He wrote The Present Personal, Philosophy on the Hidden Phase of Language, The Ethics of Visuality, traduit en français aussi, Visage, notion éthique du regard après le monde de l'image, and he is co-editor of Philosophy's Mood, The Affective Grounds of Thinking. But I want to quote another book, a book that embodies the best, maybe. The potentiality of the philosophy. I mean, a book for children. One day philosophy. So, yes.
So thank you to be quiet. That's a beautiful introduction. Thank you very much. And hello everyone. And I'm very happy to be here. I want to thank Emmanuel and Chiara and Sarah for the invitation. I'm happy to be in Basel, to have all kind of also personal connections to me. And as you heard and you know, I was asked to talk of a project, which is still on slow fire, but has come into be finalized the book on street art. And I feel that now kind of thinking about those things again, maybe will give me the push to do it properly. And I'm also waiting for your responses and feedback in this sense. Manuel talked yesterday about the continuation of the phenomenological tradition, the need to do phenomenology in a way that is relevant for the present age. And this is how I see the work. And indeed, some of it is more purely philosophical, and some deals with images in a very concrete way. And today I'll present work that is in many ways concrete. And I'll already say that in my talk you hear different kinds of a whole array of philosophers, from Heidegger to Merleau-Ponty to Deleuze, and thinkers about the city, such as Soto and Henri Lefebvre. But I won't go into the details of their own systems because it will take too much time. But they are in your background and you hear some of them echoing, and you can talk about it later. So I just want to begin with a terminological note about the term street art. Street art is a term I'm not crazy about. There are two terms that people use: street art and graffiti for what we see on the street. And I'm talking about the whole range of paste-ups, taggings, marks, pictures. And I think that the term street art goes too narrow and too wide. That's why I don't like it so much. It's too wide because it also includes all kinds of art that happens to be on the street. And I don't think that street art includes everything that is in the street, happens to be in the street. And I'll try to talk about the intrinsic connection to the street. On the other hand, I think that much of the interesting street art is not art. Or maybe it's a question if it's art or not, but it's on the margins of being in artwork. And I think this doesn't make it less interesting, maybe even more interesting. I think there are significant visual interventions in the city that we don't need to call them art. So I will use the term street art or graffiti, but just know that the term we have to make it more precise somehow when we to think what stands behind it in a more precise way. What else? Another thing that will come up here is the whole relationship between image and writing, which appears in graffiti, of course. So is graffiti a writing and an image? What's the relationship between word and image? This is something I won't touch about on today, although it's part of the project. And the last methodological note is that I'm trying to think street art apropos in the context of two other major, say, hegemonies or genres of images. One is what we call high art, which also, of course, has its own self-division. And on the other hand, commercial art, which goes also together with propaganda. Now, I'll try to show that street art is distinctive, but my thinking is on purpose non-positional. So I don't want to say that street art is the opposite of high art or the opposite of commercial art. It has similarity, but distinguished through a kind of matrix of differentiation. I think that's it as a beginning. Okay, so let me read to you. The theoretical literature on street art and graffiti has been consistently growing in recent years, giving voice to interesting work that most commonly takes place at the intersection of social sciences and humanities, from sociology, anthropology, criminology to urban study and cultural study. Within these research paradigms, street art is typically studied as a distinct cultural practice, part of a subculture, whose significance is elaborated in terms of the reality it represents and the socio-political material conditions for which it serves as evidence. Street art is thus studied as a complex, multi-layered phenomenon whose investigation sheds light on important aspects of our life in the modern city. Identity formation, gender, minor languages, class and political struggle, spaces of contention in urban development. In this context, however, it seems that philosophy has had only very little to contribute. That is why the current discourse on street art often borrows and makes use of specific philosophical terminology. There are a lot of people talking about street art kind of import philosophical terms. I think that it ultimately consists of only very few attempts to articulate street art as a philosophically significant phenomenon, one that in and of itself calls for philosophical thinking. One clear exception to the general state of the discourse is the pioneering work of Jean Baudrillard, whose Cool Killer, or the Insurrection of Science, was the first to conceptualize in the early 1970s the subversive potential of graffiti in a manner that made it clear why graffiti is a phenomenon that calls for philosophy. And I want to begin with a short homage to Baudrillard, from which I kind of take my leave. So graffiti for Baudrillard is a telling phenomenon, one that invites us to address the very condition of our situatedness within a public domain of regimented meaning, that is the city. According to him, what's unique about graffiti, he came to New York in the early 1970s and was really impressed by what he saw there. Is not only its ability to reverberate central tensions of urban existence, but that it opens up the possibility of articulating a critical alternative to the hegemonic structure regulating our contemporary experience of meaning. Graffiti for Baudrillard embodies a unique mode of resistance, one that defies the city's established network of codes and significations by which the capitalist system asserts itself. So, to kind of let his voice be heard, the city, he writes, is no longer a political industrial zone that it was in the 19th century. It is a zone of science, the media, and the code. The monopoly of this code, circulating throughout urban fabric, is the genuine form of social relationship, shattering all solidarity in the name of an urban, abstract, and universal sociality. And it is in this context of this human predicament that for him the event of graffiti carries a radical potential leading to what he calls an insurrection and eruption in the urban landscape. Yet, since, as he sees it, urban semiocracy has monopolized the domain of meaning to the extent that no expressed content or opposing science system can ever pose a real threat, resistance must operate on a level that precedes the production of content. The uniqueness of graffiti lies not in what it signifies, but, according to him, in the fact that it ultimately signifies nothing, and that as such it can inject emptiness and void into the code. Just another quote from him. Super B speaks, Scholar 139, all kind of graffiti taggings which he sees mean nothing. They escape the principle of signification as empty signifiers erupt into the sphere of the full sign of the city, dissolving it on contact. Now, this dramatic event of graffiti's deconstruction of the systems will never develop, however, in what we are. In the later 1970s and 1980s, leaves this project and leaves the optimism, no longer optimistic as he seems to be in the early 1970s. And he suggests, and part of his non-pessimism has to do with his view of a new order of nihilism that is coming, that is problematic of the present age I want to get into. So today, 40 years after Baudrillard's writing on graffiti, street art is often thematized as posing a kind of opposition to corporate style and consumption values. This common way of thematizing street art, unique mode of resistance, so this kind of way of thematizing street art typically includes invocations of Baudrillard. People in literature return to him, But these invocations not only dilute his vision of graffiti's unique mode of existence, but also tend to blur the presence of the question that after Baudrillard needs to remain open. This is the question of whether, with the new phase of capitalism, the one tied to the new order of things, the contestation of the hegemonic rule can be more than a mere symptom of the system itself. More specifically, in an epoch in which street art and graffiti are regularly absorbed into commercial, entertainment, cinema, social media. Just to see a few examples. What do you see here? Do you see something? No? Why doesn't it move? Okay, good. So when graffiti becomes kind of part of the mode of things, and it already serves the capitalist system here in fashion advertisement. In the background, you see graffiti and almost street art. So the question is, I mean, its possibility, I put it against this ground, its possibility of resisting a global capitalist system needs to be restocked. It's an open question. So most follows, this question will implicitly guide my discussion with Baudrillard, and yet this is also where I part ways with Baudrillard. First, I disagree with him about street art not having any meaning, and I think he thinks in a binary way there, but that's not the only reason I part ways with him. The main reason is that his analysis remains within a strict semiological, neo-Marxist semiological framework, that in my view is too narrow for discussing an important dimension of street art that is pertinent for addressing the above question. One way of putting this is to say that Baudrillard's schematization of graffiti as a sign form, as a sign, that is, ultimately makes no room for the appearance and the experience of graffiti's meaning. And that in particular, it overlooks an essential mode of the being of street art, its visuality. So, Baudrillard has no interest in the visual dimension of street art, i.e. its ability to open up as meaningful only vis-a-vis the eye of the spectator. So street art's visual mode of being is precisely what interests me in this paper today. And this is a visuality that becomes philosophical, especially significant philosophically, when juxtaposed with the more hegemonic forms of visuality that dominate the urban imagination. So I'm kind of deliberating how to present this to you, but let me give you a very kind of schematic sketch of what I mean by the hegemonic forms, or what's the problem about hegemonic forms dominating urban imagination. This will be very sketchy, and maybe we can discuss it later. I'll just say a few things about it. So to begin with, we need to remember that when we think of street art, it operates within an already given visual order, one that is actively regulated by the city rulers, who typically operate today in compliance with the logic of new capitalism, and with it the whole of a certain apparatus, which is already digital, digital apparatus, fast communication, etc., In this context, one of the central features of contemporary visual sphere is the growing dominance, the hegemony of few visual modalities, whose overall effect is a gradual verification of the sphere of the image. To put the point briefly, an image's verification literally means turning the image into a thing or a commodity. That is, reducing its unique being, weight, image to the fixed parameters of a self-identical object that simply is what it is. And here you can think of a JPEG file, for example, as epitomizing it. A JPEG file is an object. And that accordingly functions in fully determined ways. When an image is objectified, it is severed from its rootedness in the potentiality in which vision is grounded. And this is where I tie this to the imagination. I will not develop it here, but in discussion we can talk more about it what I mean, what's the importance of having visuality anchored, rooted in imagination? This goes back to the topic we had earlier. So in a corollary manner, the reification of images is indicative of a looking eye that has lost or misplaced its freedom. That if you look at the brain scan, it's simply not free. You have one way to see it. And with the loss of freedom, there always comes a loss of responsibility over the visual sphere. So my point would be, a general point, that we need to take responsibility over the way we look and see things. That seeing is not just something that happens to us, but we have to be active there. And the kind of lack or loss that I'm talking about finds its expression, for example, in the sense that commercials and news just look the same to us. So when the eye forgets its freedom, the visual is turned into a virtual facade. And this is something I developed in my book, for example, on the ethics of visuality, which I call the frontal. The visuality becomes the frontal, the visual becomes frontal. And what appears, the image is always there in front of us, presenting itself as a given fact, a frame-determined content, which in essence remains unaffected by the condition, the interaction generating its being seen. So as an example, think of a traffic, say, a traffic sign or image. Think of the red man or the green man. Or just like the brain scan, it tells you something determined. We can later on construct it, but the purpose, and it's posted there by the city rulers, by the sovereign, however you want to frame it, it wants to be understood in one specific way, there's one way to understand it. And of course, we have the analogous case of, which is much more complicated, of how advertisements work and appeal to the imagination. So here's another sign. It tells us how to go, don't go this way, go this way. And here we have, so now you have Brad Pitt, who's so beautiful and great, but the ad wants something from you. You're supposed to react to it in a certain way. So it's a pre-packaged image, pre-packaged for the specific frame of the consumer's gaze, which it seeks to impact. So in such cases, the image, and in parentheses, also Chiara and Manuel talked about the different workshops. I think in a sense, maybe this paper belongs to the third kind of critique and alternatives. Right. In such cases, the image that opens up to us is predetermined and overdetermined. And what we see is what we are required to see, which in turn is dependent on a standard regulative perspective for which the image actualizes its full presence. These are things that appear in the street. The dependence of an image's visuality on an ideal fixed point of view is part of the traditional conventions that have been predominant in the Western pictorial tradition and that go back at least to Renaissance constructions of linear perspective. That on page 4, I mean 5. So if you consider, for example, the Renaissance perspectival visions of the ideal city. Here's Piero della Francesca from Urbino, or you have the other late 15th century panels that also give you the ideal city, the Berlin, what's called the Berlin panel, and the Baltimore panel, which are identified in different ways, but uncertain. So you would perhaps agree that we cannot ask ourselves, we cannot but ask ourselves whether the closed visuality of these 15th century urban utopias with the one perspective leading to the center, have not, these utopias have not, at least in one sense, become our own. So, to make this clear, unlike the dialectics of seeing that goes on in, say, Renaissance perspectival painting, where there's a whole dialectics of point of view. I think what dominates our present visuality is not a matrix of privileged point of view, but a globally constituted visuality that altogether obliterates the question of perspective by detaching the image from a dialectics of seeing. Complicated point I won't make, just to kind of to go through it. I want to say that take Holbein's famous ambassadors, 1533. The whole question of the ambassadors with its perspectival construction, of course, is deconstructed or put into question by the anamorphic image here, which requires, right, a different perspective. So you need to look for a different perspective in order to make sense of this. So here you see someone looking for the perspective, how to see it, and the idea is, of course, to see it from a side, and then it shows itself otherwise. So to speak, I won't go into the meanings of this at all, but just the idea is that using perspective can be done in a dialectical way, but I'm saying that contemporary visuality is non-dialectical. That is, it's the global generalization of perspective. Hence, when we look at the small and big screens, and this would be one way to characterize the reification of the image that is so prevalent today, and is so well legitimized in what I would call screen culture. So screens, as I see, are kind of the epitome of a non-perspectival or one perspectival global totalizing perspective. Yeah. So when we look at the small and big screens that surround us, from iPhones to computer and television screens to giant billboards, what we are faced with are framed appearances, visual contents that affect and affect us, but that do not do so in a manner that remains indifferent to the perspectives we viewers bring into play. So if you take giant billboards, this New York giant billboard showing you an ad for iPad. So of course I can be close to it, far away, see it from the left, see it from the right. But it asks me, it construes the whole relationship of spectatorship in such a way that there's one basic thing to be gleaned out of the encounter. Okay. So clearly we can access what's presented on the screen from a variety of angles, but these angles ultimately all surrender, give way to the predetermined self-identity of the visual contents shown to us. So we live today in a world that is overly visual, and yet which at the same time turns our ways of seeing our potential as active, creative, responsible viewers into something superfluous. And what about street art? And how does it relate to the problem we're talking about? Can it evoke an alternative kind of spectatorship? Can the unsolicited visual intervention in the life of the city open up an optics that resists the very fine patterns of contemporary gaze? Does it differ on this point from institutionally supported art? Does street art have the unique potential to create an alternative kind of optics, etc., etc.? And so this is what I'm trying to answer now. I'm trying to answer this question, although I don't think there's a simple univocal answer. And especially, there's this kind of people who think of street art in an idealized manner, as some authentic kind of being, the I was there, the actual person was there. And of course, the situation is much more complex, partly because, for example, today, whenever a fair goes and does something, the next thing he does is he brings it up on Facebook, right? So it's already part of the digital media. So I'll try to answer this question and do that so by focusing on one aspect of street art. And where is this? Let's see. Yes. And the one aspect that I will be looking at is what I call the situatedness of street art in the streets. So street art, as I understand the term, refers to a range of visual interventions, acts and appearances that are embedded as images, marks, text, etc., in the matrix of the urban life. Street art does not just happen to be in the street, but the fact that it is part of the street is, in my view, essential to its constitution. In this sense, when we speak of street art as being in the street, we're not merely referring to the fact of its physical location as much as devoting in some Hegelian manner its belongingness, involvement, participation in the streets life. So its in is not only physical in. Being therefore, anyone who cares to look, street images not only play a part in the way the cities present themselves to us, but they are also dependent for their own meaningfulness on the specificity of the urban context in which they appear. When the stenciled word architecture appears on a famous architectural landmark, I don't have the image here, it speaks to us differently than it does when appearing on a collapsing house and in Italian architecture in a poor neighborhood. In short, the street image is never self-sufficient but always relational. The common way of addressing street art's connection to the street, that's how people usually think of it, is by pointing out that street art is site-specific. This description is not inaccurate, but it nevertheless may blur the important differences between the situatedness of street art and that, for example, of an installation in the gallery, which is also site-specific for an art installation. Hence, whereas in the gallery or the museum installations, the site itself is construed in a manner that depends on well-determined and regulated conditions of site, the street location can never uphold autonomous conditions of site, since it is always part of a larger circulation of the city. Images made for the street appear with sunlight, and unless there's a street light nearby, they turn to shadow at night. They show themselves, but with no prior notice. They may also disappear. So you see that they are in the street, they are connected to the street. So for example, you see this person signing silver with $1 here. So he usually signs silver with no dollar. I guess that because he's next to the shop, he turned into a dollar sign. Here's an erasing, something erased. Okay. So I wouldn't use site-specific in this sense. They show themselves, but also disappear. And moreover, encountering an image or writing on a wall in the street is never self-contained, autonomous experience, but rather one that may always takes place in relation to a complex set of urban elements. It's dependent on the particular architectural setting, specific changes of lighting conditions, changed street rhythms, a continuum of urban events and occurrences such as movement of pedestrians, cars, demonstrations, weather conditions, renovation, infrastructure, and always corresponding to the contingent path chosen by the urban gaze. So I'm showing a different example. This is an interesting street artist based in Tel Aviv who calls himself Clone with a K. He does those creatures of all sorts. So I would say it depends where you see the image. So for example, the person doesn't see the image, and it depends where you come from, where you're going to. And this is an example from Brussels of the street artist called Bonhomme, of this dinosaur on a bank. And again, if you on the sidewalk next to the building, you can't see it. You need to be in a different place, and it looks differently from every part of where you're standing. Here's something in Tel Aviv showing the kind of absurd life we have there. So you kind of, in a relaxed manner, read the newspapers. How much? 5? Read the newspaper, but then you're wearing a gas mask. So more examples say this: don't sleep, something that can be seen only from a specific place. People who come and park their cars actually don't see the sign, etc. Or here's another interesting artist called No Hope, who has very beautiful images. This image is his, but he also wrote here. So I'm trying to connect this, and the point I'm trying to make is a point that is not largely accepted, because people who document street art often think about it in a frontal way. And if you go look at the internet and look at graffiti books, you see always the frontal way. You don't understand the kind of situatedness. And of course, also graffeurs themselves and street artists themselves often internalize the paradigm of the photograph as a measure for their own work. So what I'm suggesting is a potential that goes against, this is something about walking and seeing. This is in Paris. You see the hand at a certain point. Well, skip these examples. Here, a book about street art, completely frontal. You have a picture, or another book, you see different images, the images in a kind of surrounded way. Or even, this is Blue, a famous thing in Berlin, but it's presented as an image. And my point is that the image in the street works differently, or a Banksy image, it has no context in this, or this is, again, clone. You see it says after party. Kind of how one feels after a party. But again, or this guy who already did the mosaic in a way that would fit the photographer's gaze. Or take this one who's called Shark Tooth from Los Angeles. So you see, he did this shark, big sharks thing, but it's clear that he did it in a perspectival way that would, to begin with, accommodate a certain way of looking. Okay, so now I want to go to my point. And this appears here. It's a certain. Okay, so I'm trying to now come to the conclusion. Now, in acknowledging street art's primarily belonging to the street, we're in fact releasing the image's visuality from its traditional anchorage in a static relationship with the viewer, and that's from the authority of any one given point of view. Being in the street implies that there is no clear vantage point, no ideal perspective from which a street image can be said to be in full presence. There's no correct way for viewing a street image, which also means that the image's visuality is constituted by a plurality of points of view that cannot be hierarchically ordered. Yet, if I stand in front of a paste up or a graffiti or an image, which is very close to me, like this fish here, I can see it in a way better, but then I won't see that here next to it, it has a friend. And I won't see that just around the corner, this friend appears again, and here they appear again just around the corner. So the point is that images are never on their own. Or take this street idol, it's some electric box, and it's some electric box. So how would you represent it? Where does it? Where should we look at it from? Okay, so the image's non-alignment with the dominant viewing perspective makes it unique among the predominant image forms in yet another way. The street invokes a kind of viewing that renders the image's prevalent mode of being framed into something absolute. To be a street image is to be unframeable in the deep sense of the word. That's the point. It's an image that cannot be framed. It can be framed in a factical way, but it wouldn't do justice to its nature, I would argue. An image is unframeable when its visual presence cannot be reduced to a given isomorphic core of self-same content. Content is contained meaning, whose containability, its being in a frame, turns the image into an essentially reproducible entity. In contradistinction, the visual intervention in the street is irreproducible. Its visuality depends, of course, on a set of depicted contents, but having its roots in the street image becomes part of a static temporal horizon of our urban existence. I'm almost done. Just to mention another point that I won't develop here is the temporal horizon of street art. Street art, the image is always open to new renderings and to other images that kind of go and kind of build themselves on it and can correspond to it. If we have time later, I'll show you more of that. What we see when looking at an image in the street is never reducible to an image's material properties or content, since the street image itself is never simply what it is, never simply self-identical or one with itself, but intrinsically relational, inherently contextual, always open to the city's continual processing of becoming. This means, on one hand, that its own unfolding is attuned to the changes in urban surroundings, that it appears differently through the transformation that the street brings about, but also, on the other hand, that it constantly takes part in shaping our perception of the city. Unlike the experience of looking at art in a museum or a gallery, when we look at images in the street, what we ultimately see is the street, the city. Indeed, our gaze may at times find itself fully absorbed by a street image, which we contemplate intensely, but even in such cases, the image eventually opens up, if only when we continue to move, revealing itself as part of a wider urban context, and in interesting cases, allowing the viewer to see the urban surrounding in new ways. This is, in my view, one of street art's important tasks. That is not only to bring content or certain new ideas, perhaps even radical ideas, and of course not just to beautify the city, but to allow it to become visible in ways that challenge and reinvigorate our gaze, ways that release it from the habitual frontal ways in which it makes sense of the city. We make sense of the city. Street art in this sense functions as a lens. It could be certainly looked at, but we would profit more by looking through it. So I suggest street art is something don't just look at, but look through. To see street image is just to see with and through that image, which is such is never simply what it is. And I have in the background something that says about cave art, but we will talk about it. The street image is thus unframeable because it is an open image, or to put this more precisely, because it has the potential of being an open image. And this qualification is needed here because, as I suggested, the openness of the street image is not something given, and while waiting to be realized, it is often forgotten. Forgotten by viewers and photographers of street art, but also, most importantly, by referrers and street artists themselves, as we showed. So, these artists approach street art in common ways that turn it into an object, and thus objectify the unique ontological potential of this kind of imaging, blurring the fact that in its dynamic constitution, it may escape the economy of objects, and thus operating, disrupting the closure and reification of the city's visual sphere. To conclude, street art is located on a spectrum that lies in between two different modalities of visual presentation, and thus, while recognizing the visual potential of street image, the question of its actual visual impact should be asked in a manner that takes into consideration its complex, non-positional relationship, its intertwining with the city's hegemonic forms of imagery. That is, inquiring into the unique aspects of street art visuality should be done without ignoring the traits that street art shares with high institutional art, as well as with paradigmatic representation patterns underlying the most dominant commercial, digital, everyday images. Hence, bracketing the question of street art's success in releasing itself from the predicament of reification, we open up an important lens for looking at how the tension between openness and objectification is fundamental to the visuality of images. In this sense, street art can be said to serve as a philosophical reminder, one that obliges us to ponder the potentiality of the image beyond its standard forms of givens, as a representation, object, artifact, cultural product. In this context, the uniqueness of the image in the street is the manner in which it bears in its fabric, and the fabric is not materiality, but the event fabric, the matrix of moving fabric, the tension between openness and determination, potentiality and actualization of the visual. Indeed, the image lends itself to degrees of determination. Without determination, it would not be able to present itself at all. And yet, when such a determination is oblivious to its own grounding in our human embedded forms of vision and imagination, it becomes an over-determination, a reification that has its dangers. And this is precisely where the ethical dimension of street art's visuality becomes an issue.
Any questions?
Before, we have 10 minutes.
No.
No more?
I have a couple of questions as well. Thanks very much for this talk. The first question would actually be remarks about situationism. You were presenting, it seemed to me, at least at the beginning of your talk, street art as something opposed to the predominant modes of visuality in a globalized city. At the end, then you came back and you said, okay, we have to also look at the shared traits of these visual representations, or did they?
No, of course not. Okay. No, I said that the street is very much dominated by cases like global visuality, and I gave the billboards, for example, as an example. That's the streets. This is
I meant street art as something that cannot be framed, so it seems to be in a way opposed to this.
I asked whether it's opposed or not. Yes. That was the question.
Okay, and you showed, I think, ways in which you can think of it or conceive of it as being opposed. So I just wanted to hint at situationism as a mode of dealing with visuality in the spectacle, where under the notion of détournement, as you know, you can take just precisely the strategies spectacle employs or globalized visuality employs and turn them upside down, turn them against it. Just to add to the modes.
That would be street art.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
And the second question would be about reification and objectivity. So I'm not sure how you were using reification and objectivity, because of course reification does not pertain to images as artifacts, as material objects. So I just wanted to ask you to clear up this the difference you see between images as artifacts. And, of course, also street art consists of material images. And the notion, the more Marxist notion of reification, how do these two go together, images as artifacts and reified images, how do the two differ?
Okay, so my linking was not between reification and objectivity, but between reification and object form, right?
Yeah, so line forming.
Yeah, and so I would want to say that to understand, I would probably say about images more generally, but in this context, I would want to say that what I try to propose a perspective from which the image loses its objective form. And for me, objective form precisely means being frameable. Being frameable, that is, being or contained in its material structure and in one meaningful structure, that can be framed however you want to turn it. And I try to, in this sense, open up the frame. If you accept the argument, people don't have to accept that there's no vantage point. There's no point from which the content is what it is. So street art, of course, an artist doesn't appraise that, he does something material, but once it's in the street, once it passes the dynamics of the street, it becomes something else. So the image is not there. In this sense, you can't touch the image. The image is precisely this movement on the matrix in between those dynamic perspectives. So it's a suggestion to rethink or rearticulate that image as kind of urban event on its way of constant movement.
Yes, thank you, Adi. I was very happy to follow you. And of course, I was interested that you took up that idea of responsibility as a response towards something else. And there's just a little thing I was wondering. I completely agree with what you say about the street art being a function in the city and a form of re-stratification, basically, of the city also as a form of reappropriation, maybe. And I was wondering what happens if you take the argument from the point of view of space, rather than only from vision, it might be that then certain distinctions change. Because, I mean, you did it in a way by showing us the image of the ambassador, and this, of course, is the idea of changing the position of the subject in space. But it's not just that you move around with a different point of view. And the idea is actually to see the potentiality of a different space in the one you're used to seeing, quite distinct to a certain kind of subjectivity. So the idea I had when I listened to you was, doesn't really graffiti and street art in all its forms change the idea of the subject as being something which is called to. I'm a bit obsessed with the burning bush, but I think it is in there too. And I was of course thinking of Roger Caillas's work on mimicry, where the subject is subjected to a different form of appel or appellation, which comes from these images and which remind us that the normal city isn't what we're supposed to think of it. And then maybe the distinction isn't so important between those images who have their own logic, and each of them have their own logic as opposed to other. Brad Pitt on the wall, because then again you can start liberating Brad Pitt from the framing, of course, he's supposed to have. So the potentialities are maybe in a way of thinking of the space as a field, and not so much from the point of the subject and resistance. Maybe. It's just a little, you know.
It's not a little, I think what you're saying is basically the next stage, and I completely identify with you, I agree with you. And I wrote a piece up. So first of all, I agree that if you change radically the structure of spectatorship, you basically end up changing the understanding of subjectivity. You cannot remain the same. And space also changes in this sense. And I want to mention an article I wrote called Facing Images. And it had to do exactly with the pain you were talking about. And I use the term facing images, playing on its double entendre in the sense that facing images, we are facing images, but images also face us. They are the facing images, they turn to us. So I think that there is a certain turning of the image to us. And this is also connected to the whole region of responsibility. So I won't develop it now, but I completely synthesize what you said. The same goes for the second point. I started with kind of a certain dominant hegemony of visuality and went to street art. But a really kind of liberation means not only that you see street art differently, but that you understand your freedom and recuperate your own responsibility, which allows you also not take seriously all kinds of ads like this one. Perhaps even do different kinds of interventions with these. I have all kinds of examples where, you know, for example, this group called Poster Boy. I should think let's see if I have examples. They go to big ads and they change the ads in very funny ways. Never mind. But I would also encourage people to go and operate with the, not only to free ourselves independently, but also to allow other people to see things differently.
Thanks a lot. It's very fascinating, very convincing. I was thinking when you were talking about this, I might say, non-dialectical, non-plural nature or stages of advertisement. That in a way, I mean, maybe contemporary advertisement, I don't know if you agree, but it's very open and very plural. I mean, the logo, but they even don't need the logo anymore. I mean, the visual identity is migrating from the classical poster, which is archaeology now, I mean, to very fluid supports and so on. But even in thinking this, I was still very, very convinced of what you said. So I asked myself if, I mean, the idea is that you are proposing is that, I mean, despite this plurality of manifestations and of fluidity, and in a way, it's a dynamic nature of advertising, it remains very non-directed, it remains very monolithic. There is a kind of deep, deep idea of identity which is informed in many ways. The difference is really this one, that when your object in street art points to something else, I mean, also, publicity points to something else, but the street art doesn't point to itself. It really points to an alterity, another, so another space, or another kind of sign, as you showed the two friends, the fish and they're radically other. While you can have all the Apple world, I mean, it's very heterogeneous. They don't want to be homogeneous anymore. They cannot be homogeneous anymore. For Baudrillard, it could be homogeneous, but not for us, unfortunately. So it's like if they had a very deep anchorage of identity, while you are, of course, pointing to. Do you agree? Can you?
Yes, I completely agree. You come back to that. I don't know how to add to that. I mean, you said it.
No, I mean, it's difficult to analyze. I mean, I'm wondering. It's really difficult to catch this.
Just to give an example, perhaps that can go together with what you said, apropos alterity. Here is a
graffiti on a post office.
I have this project. Maybe I'll. Okay, I won't show you why.
So it says here tech, and it's unclear if this is a signature or something. Right,
and this is also apropos writing and image and alterity. But then if you go and look at it closely, you see that it perhaps might be a writing, but perhaps it's an image or looks like something like a, what do you call it, an octopus or something. And then when you go around, you see there something similar on the wall, on the back wall, and then you kind of walk around the city and you see this kind of octopus showing up. This is from the side in different places on its own. Apropos alterity, what do you do with this kind of strange
thing that really asks to subvert, I think, your ordinary routine side?
I actually had a very similar reaction to Angela. Thank you very much for this wonderful thoughts, as always, extremely rich, multi-layered, and I kind of fully sympathize with your take. And yet there's something that's kind of resisting, because I would be tempted to say, this is still, I mean, aren't we still caught in some kind of dialectics here where we would say there is a hegemony somewhere we want to fight and we want some kind of alternative. So one would be to say publicity in this neo-Marxist analysis of Baudrillard is kind of sending out codes and signs and it wants us to react in a certain way, and we're going to subvert that by simply sending a message. The other one would be to say images have been considered as inanimate artifacts that are only meant to serve as support for something else. And of course, the Dynamis project is a kind of way of saying there is a kind of agency or agentivity of images to actually take into account and work. But of course, and we already encountered this problem while working on this project, isn't advertising the perfect adjectivity we're looking for, because the advertising image faces the spectator and addresses him or her and makes him or her do something. So it is actually producing a response. So my question would be, how can we avoid using certain philosophical references, even the ones I think we share, like the ethics of visuality by Dynamis, without falling into this thing that it's all about responding to this kind of demand? Because, if I respond to Brad Pitt or whatever the advertising industry confronts me with, I will be responsive. But is that enough? So if we say that openness is a way of evading, escaping, how can we criticize something like an advertising or publicity regime which is completely flexibilized? I mean, publicity is not something framed anymore. This is the point. Framed anymore. I don't think this is the characteristics of advertising and commercialization anymore. I mean, the Marxist analysis is simply missing the point. It is something viral. It's viral advertising. It's permeating our contemporary world. It is everywhere. It is flexible. It goes unnoticed, and we actually even like the fact that it's not so intrusive. So where would the notion of openness be different from a notion of fluidity or flexibility? And how can we, have some, I don't know, some criteria for this shift, this side movement you have beautifully exemplified?
I think your question is very much in place, and that's one of the things that I keep on thinking about. So first of all, of course, I don't think that Baudrillard's analysis holds anymore. I hope it didn't come through this way. I tried to kind of get it clear. And Angela, you said commercials, they are so sophisticated, especially when they use the work of artists often. Right? So how do you analyze? And so I will go into the directions. The first direction would say that if you think, say, of computer games, for example, it seems that you have an endless variety. You can do anything you want to be this person or that person, go right or left, but somehow that's about the deep kind of structure. I want to say you're going, even if it's rival in a certain area where your freedom is restricted. So that's kind of an intuition. How to kind of avoid and analyzing say, the ways images speak to us today. I think this is my sense, and we have to hear if you share it or not. I feel there's a certain narrowing of the richness of our visual experience. And the question is how to put a figure in this narrowing. And one way I try to do that is by saying that today, what's characteristic of dominant forms of visuality is that they operate on two ends of the spectrum. They are either about information, that is, they affect us, talk to us, communicate to us through information. They give us information. Information is data that is objectified, we can use it in a certain way. We know how we stand in a certain relationship to information. Or the opposite side is affect and sensation. They affect us. And somehow the whole range in between sensation, sensationalism, affect, and information, I feel is kind of thrown out. And this is a range I would like to be in.
Thank you for this talk. I think my question is sort of something about other version. Actually, it's more question one of the comment. Because the way I for taking this. It's very important correctly to contemporary theory on streaming, because actually a lot of theories in streaming media are also very into this idea of operative images, dynamic images, and then make the exact opposite argument than you. That they start out how Renaissance was, static and the dominant view, and then now when we have algorithmic mediation and mobile devices, the users become users become active and images become operative, exactly the opposite.
The user is a great word.
Yeah.
To put it simply, I don't want to be a user.
Yes. So I think, yeah, so
This is on the one. This is on the one hand. On the other hand, thank you for the comment. On the other hand, I think most literature on street art falls into the same kind of dichotomy by idealizing street art in ways that are problematic.
I think also additional comments here. Looking at the images that you proposed as iPad or a street art images, I was asking myself, where is the difference? Or how they differentiate each other? And I was thinking about the pattern. I don't know if you see pattern in English. Meaning, of course, time, restoring or not restoring. And also the fact that there are images that can accept the fact of having some kind of pattern, and images that have to refuse the possibility itself to have some kind of pattern. And then put in the box of no pattern at all, or the advertising stuff. And street art, on the contrary, they, in a complex way, but they accept to have it, going to the point of accepting to be destroyed. So, just because I think that otherwise we don't find any difference, we have the risk of confusing them, and we don't want to do it. So, no, just.
I like complication. I like the idea. Building texture, building temporality in a different material way. Yeah. I also, now while talking, I kind of thought of if you think about a city like Basel, for example. Much of what I say, can be restored. I mean, the city has a past, and it has all kinds of images in the street, in architecture, all kinds of things that can be also sources to apropos ways not taken that you talked about, that can be somehow very integrated into new visions. So it doesn't have to be that they dichotomy in either street art. It's like a post-war thing, either one hegemony or street art and some kind of subversive act. But the subversive act can be more complicated, and its goal is to open a whole range of possibilities.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I really appreciate your talk, and I would say that it's very important for us as medieval the wandering and in the church, for example, we have to frequent the space, we introduce the image in the context.
Just for you, and I want to talk to you just a second. I know you want to computer, right? Eventually, see what just go out
You can take it.
Oh, yeah.
More
Ja, gleichzeitig ist es dasselbe im Markt von Advertisement Manipulation sein. Ja, ja. Das wäre dann so weit. Im 20. Jahrhundert.
So we've arrived at the last presentation conference. And it's a great pleasure that I introduce Angela Vimboni, the speaker. She's a researcher and teacher at IUAB, University of Basel. And for her, this is probably kind of home run because she belongs to the extended eikones family since she worked here from 2009 to 2012 as a researcher in the eikones project, and that's where she started her project on Gerhard Richter's work, about which we're going to continue more in a moment. Angela holds a PhD in semiotics from the University of Siena, and before coming to Basel to eikones, she was a postdoctoral fellow at the Center of Philosophy for Philosophy of Culture at the University of Leuven. And since 2010, she's a member of a research group called Contemporary Art and Historical Temporalities, collaborative project by the USS Paris and the École des Beaux-Arts de Lyon. Her main research interests concern the representation of the body in the art of late modernity, the relationship between image and memory, with a special focus on European arts of the post-war period, plural temporality of the image, and perhaps image theory in general. She recently published a monography on the afterlife of the wound in the art of late modernity, and its relationship to issues of biopolitics, and it's called Ferite, il corpo e la carne nell'arte della terra di modernità. It was published in 2012. She very recently edited a volume on the artist Benedetto Uricchia,
in 2014, and together with Andreas Bayer, I had the great pleasure of co-editing a volume with her on the question of visual montage, called Interposition, montage des images et production du sens, which was just come out. Angela is going to talk about the reactive image workout by Gerhard Richter.
Thanks, Antonia, for the presentation, for the Italian perfect pronunciation, and Manuel to Chiara. Really, I learned a lot, and I'm very grateful for this invitation to eikones as well. I have to apologize immediately since I'll switch from English to French, because I asked kindly, and they allowed me kindly to switch, because just of an economy of time, I couldn't really translate properly my papers. So I'll just switch to French, and I'll just present an object. I would say it's here. It's this book by Gerhard Richter, which is, of course, really related to questions of visual montage, and also to many issues that were just aroused by Adi, absolutely very near. The idea that something like the media image of the Gulf War, because it's a book on the Second Iraq War, 2003, the idea that in this artistic object, this mediatic image, which is in loss of dynamis, in loss of plurality, can regain a certain plurality, can regain a relationship, can be reinserted in a result. And so this is the main, let's say the main point, but I'll just switch to French. Okay, so Workout est un livre d'artiste réalisé par Gerhard Richter en 2004, dans lequel des sans cesse détails dans de ces tableaux abstraits sont juste apposés aux extraits tirés du New York Times, pour la version anglaise que j'analyse, du 20 et 21 mars 2003, c'est-à-dire les journées du début de la guerre en Irak. Et je vous montre simplement should it be like that?
I'm afraid so.
Yes. My images were very... Okay. Ça va, parce que j'ai quand même les citations. Donc, il s'agit d'un objet, comme vous le voyez, au moins vous avez une intuition déjà à partir de cette double page, d'un objet où les montages verbo-visuels, et on a parlé aussi de cela ce matin, les relations entre image et texte, est l'opération qui sollicite constamment une potentialité figurale de l'image. Et cela nous met, pour ainsi dire, sous les yeux vraiment, ou plutôt nous invite à activer et explorer dans le champ de la double page. Il ne s'agit plus de pages singulières qu'on passe en série, c'est vraiment un champ, c'est vraiment une table comme d'Atlas, donc un champ d'orientation des relations de montage. Je n'approfondis pas sur cela. Donc, il nous invite à activer, à explorer dans ces champs de la double page, rien de moins que ces procès de figurabilité. Il a été question plusieurs fois, et peut-être je vais dire quelque chose à propos de la figurabilité de l'humain que tout le monde probablement connaît, mais je crois que peut-être de remettre sur la table quelque chose pour la dynamique de l'image peut-être ne pas être inutile. Donc, ces procès de figurabilité qui, comme Louis Marin n'a pas cessé de montrer dans tous ses travaux, est le lieu privilégié de l'articulation entre forme et force. Et aussi pour lui de la manifestation du mystère. C'est-à-dire, la figurabilité est le lieu de prise en charge présentative, non représentative, mais présentative, de ce qui n'est pas résorbable dans l'ordre de la représentation, mais qui justement y fait écart, ou qui fait écart pour signaler son exceptionnalité. Le cas du mystère de l'incarnation, par exemple, le Marin en parle à plusieurs reprises. Je ne peux pas esquisser ici les statuts de la figurabilité du figural, mais je voudrais au moins rappeler que selon Louis Marin, on doit nécessairement prendre acte que, je le cite, les formes de l'œuvre sont d'une façon singulière déliées des forces en même temps que, dans cette analyse des formes, on s'expose toujours à être déplacé par des forces. Fin de citation. Luc Vanchery, qui a écrit un livre sur la pensée figurale de l'image, un théoricien du cinéma, glosse cette citation d'une façon, je crois, très proche à notre occupation. Je le cite. Il s'agit de souligner, par cette historien de l'art de l'âge classique, confronté donc à un système de la représentation particulièrement surveillé, que l'œuvre n'échappe pas, quelle que soit la rigueur formelle dans laquelle elle semble prise, aux figures de latence qui font que l'œuvre bouge. C'est des mots démarrants, l'œuvre bouge. Donc, elle n'est jamais complètement achevée. C'est un mot démarrant. Fin de la citation de Luc Vanchery. Dans ses entretiens avec Pascal Cassagno, Marat revient sur cette idée d'inachevé de l'œuvre. Or, naturellement, il ne s'agit pas d'être inachevé au sens temporel ou spectuel du non accompli, bien sûr, mais en tant que dimension dynamique, toujours à l'œuvre dans l'image. Je cite Marat dans cette conversation, le livre s'appelle « De l'entretien », 92. Il est mort pendant que ce livre était en train de sortir. Je le cite. « Dans l'œuvre des peintures et son regard, il reste toujours à voir les résidus de la transformation du réel en représentation et plus qu'ensemble reste. C'est une dimension fondamentale de la représentation. Je veux dire, qui lui donne son fondament et son fond, ses conditions de possibilité et les grunds sur lesquels elle s'enlève en l'articulant. » Fin de citation. Donc, il y a quelque chose de cet ordre, je crois, à l'œuvre. C'est même, je crois, on peut en avoir vraiment l'intuition visuelle aussi. Dans Workout, donc, c'est le travail même de cette figurabilité qui nous est montré par un montage texte-image. Et d'une certaine façon, cette œuvre est comme un zoom sur une opération fondamentale de l'image du point de vue théorique. Mais ce qui m'intéresse est que ces montages, et on verra ce type d'opération, on verra, disons, l'interaction entre texte et image et ce qu'elle amène du point de vue de la figurabilité. Mais ce qui m'intéresse est que ce montage dans Workout est le lieu de réélaboration et d'interprétation critique d'un autre montage texte-image. C'est lui qui caractérise les traitements médial des images, la façon dont elles sont, par exemple, montées avec des discours, un régime de guerre préventive. Parce que la guerre du Golfe, j'utilise le mot guerre parce que Richter utilise le mot war, mais elle n'a jamais été déclarée en tant que guerre. C'est une opération militaire. Elle est vraiment dans l'état, dans ce que George Agamben appelle l'état d'exception. Donc, je crois qu'il y a, comment dire ici, Richter nous montre une façon de traiter l'image qui est fonctionnelle à ce type de traitement médial de la guerre préventive. Et j'espère de le clarifier. Par ce riche travail sur la forme, donc, Workout offre au lecteur, ou mieux explorateur, je dirais, un lieu d'élaboration de l'inélaboré de l'image médiale. Il y a dans les traitements médiatiques de l'image quelque chose qui reste inélaboré, et ici on peut retrouver une façon de le réinterpréter, de le ressaisir processuellement et critiquement. Ce n'est pas par hasard, c'est Richter lui-même répond ainsi à une question sur la forme de son travail. Il y a eu ici une conférence récemment sur la question de la forme, donc je voudrais citer cette phrase de Richter qui est très, me semble intéressante de ce point de vue. Un journaliste du Zürcher Zeitung, il répond « J'ai une conception très simple en ce qui concerne la forme. Nous devons donner une forme à tout ce que nous rencontrons pour pouvoir avoir affaire avec cela. Puisque ce qui est réel est tellement indéterminé et informe que nous devons avant tout les saisir. » Mais ici arrive la phrase qui m'intéresse. « Plus dramatiques sont les événements, plus importante est la forme. » Je dramatischer die Ereignisse sind, desto wichtiger ist die Form. Gerhard Richter énonce les principes de production de Workout dans une brève note à la première personne qui figure à la fin du livre. Il dit, je le cite en anglais, I took 216 excerpts from the 1987 abstract painting number 6482, photographing each detail in the summer of 2002, and combining them all 1 year later
with texts that were published in the New York Times on 20th and 21st March 2003 as the war on Iraq was launched. End of quotation. Richter photographie donc ces détails en 2002 au musée de l'art moderne de la ville de Paris, sans encore connaître l'usage qu'il en aurait fait. Ils sont restés dans son atelier jusqu'au moment où, je les cite, sont arrivées cette guerre et toutes les opinions, les images, les récits. C'est alors que Richter commence à juxtaposer texte et images en s'effaçant de tout critère chronologique ou bien sémantique. Et je vous montre une petite, disons une série de, je m'arrêterai sur, juste pour vous montrer, c'est vraiment une grille qui est remplie de façon rythmique, aussi, cela est très important. Il y en a qui sont sans texte verbal, disons. Il y a un travail important sur les flous et les nez dans cette vision. Voilà. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Il enlève toute référence au titre des articles, aux auteurs aussi, et il lit souvent les textes après les avoir placés dans les layouts. Ce n'est pas qu'il lit l'article du journal et choisit une image qui va avec, au moins c'est ce qu'il dit, il combine les choses et il voit ce qui arrive. Et c'est précisément à ce moment qu'une surprise, un cadeau, comme il dit, un Geschenk, peut se produire. Je le cite, que les hasards puissent faire émerger des combinaisons merveilleuses, des wunderbare combinations. Le premier évident effet de ce montage est que le texte verbal sollicite la texture figurale des images. Donc les mots vont, comment dire, j'utilise un mot de grimace, sollicite disons, la texture figurale des images et fait surgir des germinations figuratives, je les appellerai. Comme plusieurs auteurs l'ont remarqué, par exemple, il y a un journaliste qui dit « Il y a lors des photographies aériennes des champs de pétrole en flammes, des flaques, du sang. Tout cela est dans ces images. Vous ne l'avez pas peint, mais tout est là. Parfois, des fantômes surgissent de l'image, tête des morts, figure grotesque. » Fin de citation du journaliste de Süddeutsche Zeitung. La consistance donc sensible de l'abstractes Bild se met, pour ainsi dire, à faire figure sous nos yeux par le montage. C'est comme si on assistait au moment décisif où la dimension proprement iconique de l'image, j'utilise ici le mot parce qu'on est, disons, dans le sens de Gottfried Böll, vraiment du logique, du sensible. Donc c'est comme si dimension proprement iconique de l'image, si on assistait au moment décisif, cette dimension est ancrée par l'intervention du langage verbal à des figures. Il y a comme vraiment un ancrage et une réduction importante de la dynamisme et de l'indétermination de l'image à chaque fois que nous reconnaissons, pour ainsi dire, quelque chose dans l'image qui est suggéré par le texte. Donc, c'est là que l'image est ancrée à une logique de signifier par laquelle on la recoupe selon des logiques linguistiques. C'est-à-dire, on commence à pouvoir y lire des choses. Je dis lire parce que naturellement, c'est les sémantismes de la langue qui s'appliquent à cette image bien plus indéterminée que la langue verbale. Néanmoins, on n'arrive jamais ici à une transitivité, transparence accomplie. Ces montages nous suggèrent plutôt que les images ont une plasticité, je dirais, une malléabilité par rapport à un discours qu'elles sont prêtes à supporter, qu'elles sont prêtes à soutenir, et que cela est tout à fait coessentiel à quelque chose que j'appellerais la construction du risque dans les discours de la guerre, dans les discours médiatiques sur la guerre. Et je vais approfondir cet aspect. Je voudrais donc rester sur cette table où les textes s'ouvrent, et je vais vous le lire, mais malheureusement vous ne le verrez pas, par une longue série d'hypothèses sur les dotations irakiennes d'armes qui ne sont pas du tout certaines. Le texte dit « There is no evidence that Iraq has smallpox », la variole, donc qui pourrait... Donc, il s'agit de choses très incertaines, mais qui sont néanmoins décrites en détail dans leur mode d'utilisation. Par exemple, il se demande, est-ce qu'ils ont vraiment l'anthrax sous forme de micro-poudre sèche? Parce que cela change toute la question du journaliste. Alors, ce qui est crucial, je crois, dans cette stratégie discursive, est que des hypothèses faibles sont accompagnées par des descriptions perceptiblement très détaillées du phénomène incertain. On dit par exemple que les drones irakiens montrés aux journalistes semblaient en effet être un jouet. Mais, et je cite l'article, Iraq may have developed more sophisticated craft, and they can be very dangerous, if they have, of course. Fin de citation. Et ces dangers tout à fait potentiels est pourtant décrit avec une grande précision figurative. Je vous lis la partie qui a ces signes bleus. The most efficient way, of course I read it together with the image, but it's intuitive. The most efficient way to use chemical and biological agents that Iraq probably doesn't have is a slow-flying system that releases just the right amount of an agent in a long line over a target area, or that circles in a spiral. Iraq has been working on sprayers, which is the idea of spraying, for 2 decades. Fin de citation. Au point que la tâche des peintures jaunes, elle est tellement détaillée, cette description verbale, que la tâche des peintures jaunes est allongée, entre en résonance avec cette description et figurativise, je dirais, partiellement l'essayage ou les sprays de ces agents chimiques. D'autant plus que l'effet flou près des bords supérieurs et inférieurs de ce cadre les transforme vraiment en, disons, crée un effet de profondeur qui renvoie à la vue d'un paysage, vraiment d'un paysage en perspective. Ou bien, juste après, l'évocation de la possibilité que les Irakiens utilisent, je cite, champs de pétrole en flammes, des inondations autour de Bagdad et de la fumée, qui devraient, les conditionnels utilisés dans l'article, empêcher les opérations américaines. Cela aussi trouve des correspondances dans l'opacité, par exemple, d'une vision floue pour la fumée, ainsi que dans la consistance huileuse de la peinture, prise de façon rapprochée par l'objectif de la caméra. Dans tous ces cas, il y en a énormément dans les livres, c'est tout à fait, chaque fois vraiment une surprise. Dans tous ces cas, on a bien affaire à un dispositif dans lequel la perception du risque, c'est-à-dire la capacité de construire et de rendre perceptible une menace, est le moment constitutif qui fonde toute action préventive et ce qui la rend nécessaire. Cette interdépendance, et c'est là la question cruciale pour ce type de logique, entre menace et action préventive, a été reconduit à un paradigme immunitaire, par exemple par Roberto Esposito ou par d'autres philosophes. C'est-à-dire l'inoculation d'une stratégie de menace au sein du corps social a une fonction stimulatrice de renforcement de ce corps même, ce qui inclut toute possible dégénération auto-immune, bien sûr. Mais je ne vais pas approfondir cet aspect. Or, la construction visuelle d'une évidence fut cruciale aussi pour cette action militaire. Dans le cas de la Deuxième Guerre du Golfe, cela a été strictement lié à la capacité de faire littéralement, disons, apparaître dans les territoires opaques des enclaves terroristes des figures qui catalysent la menace, telles les fameuses armes de destruction de masse dont on a parlé par des mois sur les journaux en les cherchant, etc. C'est dans ces pages-là, 175 et la suivante, on voit dans la photo la superposition des couches de peinture distribuées horizontalement par des mouvements successifs des spatules. La photographie arrive même, vous ne le voyez pas, à enregistrer vraiment l'épaisseur de la peinture. C'est-à-dire les choses blanches que vous voyez, c'est la lumière qui est réfléchie dans l'émail de la peinture. Je l'ai quand même, un peu plus grand. Voilà. Elle devrait être plus nette, mais. Donc la lumière se pose sur les fins bords de la peinture et Richter l'a saisi. Cette stratification presque géologique et ces striures sont entourées par un long texte qui a affaire au paysage désertique, mais en tant que paysage à explorer, à passer au crible, je dirais. Je vous le cite brièvement. Unlike the northern borders with Iran and Turkey, on the south with Kuwait, this western border with Jordan is far calmer. It is largely empty and thus carries little potential for uprising or infighting among Kurds or Shias. Still, the region is expected to be a target for American operation, since United States officials have said they believe that the Western Desert may contain weapons of mass destruction, just possibly missiles pointing at Israel, as in the Persian Gulf War in 1991. End of quotation. Donc, une terre désolée des frontières, il s'agit d'une terre désolée des frontières où les réfugiés viennent installer leurs tentes en luttant contre les tempêtes des sables, est néanmoins un endroit où quelque chose doit émerger. Encore une fois, la preuve de la nécessité de l'intervention. Donc, juste opposé à ces textes et à ces contenus figuratifs, l'image photographique de Richter ne parvient pas seulement ou strictement à figurer un paysage. Bien sûr, on y voit en disant immédiatement, je dirais, quelque chose de l'ordre du paysage. Elle devient plutôt le support d'une surface territoire, résistante, je dirais, à toute figuratisation univore. Et on ne voit pas la sable, le désert, ce n'est pas univore, ils ont la reconnaissance figurative, mais il s'agit quand même d'une surface prête à être striée, au sens délésien du terme, quand il oppose les listes et les striés. C'est-à-dire, en ce cas, prête et contrainte, je dirais, à accueillir l'inspection du regard, l'inspection de la recherche du savoir, capable d'extraire de l'informe une preuve, du désert, une figure cachée. J'ai combien de temps? Ok. Donc, cela, c'était un peu la première stratégie que je voulais montrer. Et là, je crois qu'il y a vraiment dans le sens qu'il disait, une canalisation de la potentialité de l'image pour supporter un discours verbal. C'est assez clair, mais je crois qu'il faut le lire en rapport avec ces dispositifs de toute logique préventive, en fait, pas seulement la guerre, de toute logique militaire. D'une part, donc, WorkCat rappelle le fonctionnement de la machine médiale qui produit des germinations figuratives stratégiques, et c'est ici que la dimension potentielle de la figurabilité est décisive. Et cela, on a essayé un peu de le montrer. D'autre part, les textes accompagnent et renforcent l'abstraction des images parfois. En effet, cela nous rappelle, et je vais montrer, si j'ai le temps, un exemple, que les discours médias sur la guerre peuvent aussi exploiter l'opacité de l'image, c'est-à-dire non seulement l'appuyer à ses besoins, disons, figuratifs, mais même quand l'image reste, et on verra tout de suite un exemple, se manifeste dans son opacité, dans son résistance, eh bien, cela aussi peut être fonctionnel au discours, disons, à ce type de discours médial, de traitement médial autour de la guerre. Pourquoi? Je voudrais faire cet exemple-là. Il y a un texte, vous ne voyez pas les noms, mais Richter les indique à la fin du livre. Alessandra Stanley décrit cette première nuit de bombardement qui a été décisive pour toute la culture visuelle. On a eu une nouvelle expérience justement d'une image technique non mimétique, de quelque chose comme un bombardement. Donc, cette première nuit d'attaque sur Bagdad, qui a marqué un moment décisif quant au régime de visibilité de la guerre. L'image très floue qui accompagne l'extrait, je dirais que miroite, qui se met vraiment en résonance, la difficulté pour les journalistes et les opérateurs de distinguer les bombardements par rapport au fond, par exemple, du skyline de la ville, jusqu'à les confondre avec une volée de chauves-souris. Je cite, parce que je ne sais pas si c'est lisible. When explosions finally rang out in Baghdad, says Alexander Stanley, General Haig drawled on Fox News, which, like other news channels, scrambled to interpret an image of the Baghdad skyline. And this general says it might just be a flock of bats. He says these Iraqi are crazy just might be a flock of rats, not bombs. So, il y a donc cette difficulté vraiment à distinguer, à reconnaître même l'action de destruction. Or, les études sur la réception et la mise en forme médiane de la deuxième guerre du Golfe ont signalé cette opacité de l'image comme stratégique dans ce contexte militaire visuel. Et je cite un livre de Mirzow. Nicolas Mirzow a écrit un livre sur cela qui s'appelle Watching Babylon, The War in Iraq and Global Visual Culture. Et qui est, pour moi, cela avait quand même des remarques utiles, même si je ne partage pas toujours, disons, l'approche de Mirzow, mais il m'a paru intéressant par rapport à ce travail. Je le cite. Les images de guerre semblaient être, comme les bombardiers furtifs, compactes, tranchantes et opaques, conçues pour évader toute forme de radar physique et culturel. Fin de citation. La prolifération de ce type d'images, mais on pourrait... Voilà, ce n'est pas une image médiane, mais c'est Herzog, Lezione in Finsternis, première guerre du Golfe, et il montre cela avec un texte qui libère l'image là aussi, mais on ne peut pas l'approfondir. Alors, la prolifération, l'interchangeabilité de ce type d'images très abstraites développe une immunité à toute critique, et cela, c'est toujours mieux, et cela dans un effort fonctionnel à réduire l'impact visuel de la guerre en saturant nos sens, ça aussi c'est de la canalisation, des règles sensibles, en saturant nos sens avec des images non-stop, indistinguées et indistinguables. Fin de citation. La façon dont la masse inédite d'images produites pendant la deuxième guerre du Golfe s'accompagne paradoxalement à l'absence d'images mémorables, dit Mirzow. Donc, cette idée d'un anonymat relatif, anonymat relatif des images de cette guerre, donc de la première et de la deuxième, les deux, doit être compris, je crois, en conséquence d'une forme spécifique de saturation médiale qui se font sur une circulation continue. C'est la mauvaise Dynamis, je crois. Une mauvaise Dynamis. C'est Jacques Rancière qui l'a décrit de façon, je crois, vraiment très intéressante. Et je vais le citer dans un instant. Donc, qu'est-ce que c'est cette mauvaise dynamisme dans l'espace médial? Un espace médial de circulation qui n'est plus un espace agi et reconfiguré par un sujet. Et on revient là à l'élaboration aussi dont on a parlé. Mais, donc, pas des reconfigurations par un sujet, mais espace de circulation continue. Selon la formule de Jacques Rancière, il dit qu'il s'agit d'un espace policier, je le cite, où il n'y a rien à voir sur une chaussée, rien à faire, qu'à circuler. À circuler, c'est le mot qu'on utilise pour faire bouger, disons, de la scène de l'événement. Fin de citation, et c'est au bord du politique, le livre de 98 de Rancière. Mauvaise dynamisme, donc. Dans cet espace médial, l'opacité des images de guerre, les intenses flèches blanches nuancées d'orange, dit Mirzow, qui remplissaient l'écran au début de l'action militaire, va de pair avec cette circulation infinie, d'une certaine façon. Donc, c'est une opacité qui n'est pas, comment dire, émancipatoire pour l'image, mais qui renforce son... Voilà. Je vais conclure bien. Donc, ces images de guerre possèdent l'indétermination typique de ce que Nito Steyer appelle l'image pauvre, the poor image. Une image à basse définition qui a perdu en qualité pour gagner en circulation. Je la cite, l'image pauvre tend vers l'abstraction. C'est une idée visuelle dans son devenir. Cette idée de it is a visual idea and it's very becoming. Fin de citation. En même temps, cette image pauvre ne serait pas dépourvue d'une fonction légitimante que Steyer ne manque pas de souligner. Je la cite. Dans certains cas, et celui-là est un cas, les images à basse résolution apparaissent dans l'ambiance des médias mainstream, surtout les news, elle dit, où elles sont associées avec l'urgence, l'immédiateté et la catastrophe. Et là, elles sont extrêmement précieuses. Fin de citation. Donc, c'est-à-dire que cette opacité de l'image peut avoir, en ce cas, je crois avoir compris, tout simplement l'effet de véridiction. Elle renforce, elle amène une marque de véridiction sur le discours, par rapport au discours médial. Je m'arrête sur celle-là. J'aurai une petite page de conclusion. OK, ça va? Merci. Donc, tout le long de WorldCat, lisant les discours médias de la guerre, en lisant vraiment les textes verbaux, et les faisant réagir, d'où mon titre, avec des images, nous faisons une expérience, bien sûr déplacée, bien sûr médiée, des formes de canalisation de l'image. Soit qu'elle accueille une figurativité des soutiens au discours verbal, et je l'ai montré au début, donc une réduction de son dynamisme fonctionnel à soutenir le discours médial, soit qu'elle lui offre une marque véridictive, c'était la deuxième option, montrée un peu vitement, par son opacité même, l'image d'un WorldCat renvoie en partie à ce qu'on a appelé un affaiblissement de la prestation référentielle de l'image. Je cite ici Pietro Montagna, qui est un philosophe italien qui s'occupait énormément de canalisation du sensible aussi récemment. Donc, la prestation référentielle de l'image court les risques d'être affaiblie dans un contexte médial. C'est-à-dire, elle peut être, disons, dépourvue de sa capacité de faire signe au monde en sa propre altérité. Il y a toute une critique des médias qui pense ces risques pour l'image précisément comme une manque de dynamisme. Au lieu d'insérer l'image, et c'est vraiment, ça répond très, je crois, dialogiquement à ce que Javi vient de dire, au lieu d'insérer l'image dans un tissu d'élaboration plurielle, polysémique, capable d'accueillir une multiplicité de points de vue et faire ainsi signe à la complexité du réel, les traitements médias, au contraire, peuvent convoquer une image. Et le cas du 11 septembre a été très profondément étudié par ce type de théoriciens de l'image naturelle, parce que c'est exactement l'image sans hors-champ par antonomasie. Donc, une image symbole de l'événement qui n'a pas besoin de hors-champ, qui n'appelle pas un travail cognitif et pathémique d'élaboration, ni d'imagination, mais qui plutôt, je cite encore Montaigne, installe directement l'image de l'événement dans l'imaginaire. Fin de citation. Donc, devant les images de la première guerre du Golfe, Serge Danet ressent le besoin exactement de formuler une distinction, Uterol l'avait déjà mentionné hier, Serge Danet, entre l'image et le visuel, qui est une distinction, je crois, avec laquelle vous êtes tous familiers. Donc, les visuels, pour lui, elle était les visuels. Et l'image est l'image du cinéma qui nous sauve de cet appauvrissement. Est-ce que j'ai le temps de le lire un instant? Non, bon, disons, je voulais tout simplement un petit extrait. Les visuels seraient la vérification optique d'un fonctionnement purement technique. Le visuel n'a pas de contre-champ, rien n'est humain, il est fermé. L'image serait plutôt le contraire. Elle se produit toujours à la frontière de deux champs de force. Si le visuel nous empêche de voir, parce qu'il préfère qu'on décode, qu'on décrypte, bref, qu'on lit, exactement comme dans ce cas, l'image nous lance toujours le défi de la monter avec une autre, de la monter avec des l'autre. Puisque dans l'image, comme dans la démocratie, il y a du jeu et de l'inaccompli, un goût ou une ouverture. Et ça, c'est la bonne dynamique, je dirais, par rapport à l'autre. D'ailleurs, je crois que, je termine, ce n'est pas alors l'opacité de l'image en soi que dans WorldCat fait signe à une potentielle réouverture par rapport au traitement médial des images pendant la Deuxième Guerre du Golfe, c'est plutôt en nous offrant un lieu où on est appelé à déployer un travail processuel sur le fonctionnement du discours médial que WorldCat va dans la direction de réouverture de l'image. D'ailleurs, il y a là aussi une multiplication des positions énonciatives. Que vous avez vu, le flou et l'aîné sont deux positions énonciatives très différentes qui s'articulent, se pluralisent. Donc, les montages des textes et des images dans WordCAD ne se limitent pas alors à l'expérimentation des combinaisons merveilleuses dont parle Richter, même il y en a certainement des riches. Quelque chose de décisif réside aussi dans le caractère intermédiaire de ce travail, dans le fait que la peinture est photographiée et que cela peut produire, disons, une pluralité de points de vue. Je dirais donc qu'au fond, dans WordCAD, l'observateur est en somme invité à effectuer un travail de comparaison entre les différentes formes de l'image, différents points de vue, différentes formes médiales aussi. Un travail, voilà les traits décisifs sur lesquels il faut insister, dit Pietro Montani, qui peut en l'occurrence interroger la relation entre les formes médiales du point de vue de la différence, ou pour bien dire de la coopération différentielle, dans l'exercice d'une fondamentale prestation référentielle. Fin de citation. C'était un peu, disons, cela qui me semble opérer WordCAD. C'est ainsi donc que la forme artistique invite, je crois, à maintenir ouvert l'espace d'élaboration en tant que travail d'exploration dynamique justement, face à une circulation médiale de plus en plus atrophiée. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Angela. Merci aussi pour avoir introduit cette idée de la mauvaise dynamique, justement. Peut-être juste avant d'ouvrir, ferais-tu juste dire deux mots sur la façon dont on risque à procéder, à travailler? Parce que tu as dit, c'est une peinture de 2002.
Non, de 87.
Ah, 87. Et en 2002, il a pris des photos, et comme il dit lui-même, de chaque détail. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Il a pris des photos de chaque détail. Donc, il a travaillé à partir d'une grille, ou il a
non, il a
de la mesure.
Non, il a tout simplement photographié beaucoup de détails et les a rangés. Et après un an, il les a utilisés dans ses montages.
Mais ces photos, ils ont tous à peu près la même distance, le même cadre. Parce que ici, au moins,
c'est un peu comme je montre un peu dans la série. Il y a des grandes différences du point de vue de la netteté, de la fluidité, du flou, justement,
Et avec le même objectif?
Oui, sans doute. Et les formats est le même aussi, oui. Donc, c'est... Voilà, parfois... Donc, parfois, il y a vraiment une perception de la matérialité de la peinture. Parfois, c'est une image presque, tout simplement topologique, je dirais. Comme... Voilà, les tableaux étaient bien. Celui-là, les tableaux.
Any questions?
Merci Angela pour cette présentation. Je ne sais pas, très intéressant. Je voudrais revenir vers ce que tu appelles la mauvaise opacité des images que tu as fait par rapport aux images de la guerre en Irak et à l'imagerie, la production des images en fait des guerres entre guillemets contemporaines. Je m'interrogeais un peu sur le fait, je ne sais pas une réponse là-dessus, mais sur le fait que est-ce que c'est vraiment nouvelle cette opacité des images de guerre? C'est clair, les dispositifs sont très différents. C'est surtout des images prises aussi de caméras de surveillance, de l'aviation. Donc, il y a un dispositif très différent. Mais je me demande si cette opacité n'est pas une opacité qui est inhérente aux images de guerre. Finalement, elle a justement ce lien qu'il y a avec la rhétorique belliciste, finalement. Et je pense à d'autres triste contexte de guerre où il y avait des images complètement figuratives, référentielles, voilà, où il y avait un objet clairement identifiable et qui malgré tout restait très opaque avec le recul, parce qu'évidemment, c'était pas du tout voilà, un discours, c'était toujours des interprétations, ce que tu disais par rapport à ces images non figuratives qui appellent des interprétations et qui donc sont orientées par le désir. Non, on ne veut pas voir des humains derrière, on veut être libre aussi dans ce désir de destruction, mais finalement, ça a toujours été comme ça. Quand il s'agit de guerre, on se donne bonne conscience. Donc, on ne peut pas voir même là où on voit, ou alors on voit autre chose pour ne pas être empêché dans notre désir. Donc, il y a un peu ça, mais je veux dire, comment ça change alors, cette opacité? Quel est le régime? Est-ce qu'il y a un changement de régime? Et deuxième chose, après, je passe la parole, mais deuxième chose par rapport à ce que tu disais, le visuel opposé à l'image, le visuel en tant que télévisuel, et peut-être moins plus, même, voilà, vision comment dire, totalitaire, de surveillance, appareillée par l'institution, par la vision dominante, et l'image en tant qu'image libre, une image cinéma, une image ouverte, pour répondre un peu les acquis. Alors, je me demande, est-ce qu'ils sont, je pense que tu entends bien pas avec moi, tu me sens un petit peu, je les poserais peut-être moins de ça.
C'est vrai qu'il y a des images, le visuel, qui est justement, qui répond à un pouvoir dominant, à des attentes aussi politiques dominantes, mais ce visuel, dans le temps, peut devenir l'image aussi. C'est-à-dire que je pense par exemple aux images de surveillance qui ont toujours essayé de manipuler pour trouver ces preuves des armes chimiques, etc. Finalement, ça s'est retourné dans son contraire, c'est-à-dire que ça a été justement pris comme image pour démontrer qu'il n'y avait pas d'image chimique, d'armes chimiques. Et ça a été comme ça, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a un processus justement dynamique, même dans ce qui est le visuel, qui en fait sortir des puissances de contestation, quelque part. Donc, je pense que finalement, Marie-Josée Mouzin l'appelle en fait la dimension insoumise de toute image, même les images qui répondent à la rhétorique totalitaire la pire, dans le temps peuvent se transformer, devenir soit preuve justement de choses. Par exemple, on a des exemples avec les procès pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, c'est-à-dire la preuve de production d'images de propagande a servi justement pour devenir preuve et devenir une image juste malgré tout. Donc il y a une dynamique vraiment très. Ce n'est pas, moi je ne la vois pas de manière aussi dichotomique, elle est plutôt dans justement une dynamique d'enveloppement réciproque.
Merci, Sarah. Oui, sans doute, je crois que j'avais une perspective un peu différente. Très brièvement, sur les deux points, les premiers Serge Danet, oui, Danet, comment dire, c'est un terrain glissant, disons, parce que moi, je les lis comme quelqu'un qui utilise cette polarité pour faire référence vraiment à des stratégies du visuel. Donc, par exemple, qu'est-ce que c'est les visuels? Ce n'est pas, comment dire, une définition vague, mais le fait qu'on a vu répéter la séquence des tours du 11 septembre de façon traumatique, quelqu'un a dit, c'est-à-dire qu'on a choisi cette icône en éliminant les hors-champs de cette image, en éliminant les autres points de vue. Dans les traitements médias, ce n'est pas l'image en soi qui a... Celle-là est une stratégie visuelle, si tu veux, très, très observable, reconnaissable, qui n'est pas, comment dire, d'une qualité politique en soi du visuel avec laquelle je ne pourrais pas travailler parce que vraiment, j'utilise pas ce type de catégorie. C'est-à-dire, je suis intéressée vraiment aux stratégies. Donc, par exemple, voilà, la répétition est quelque chose dans ces cas-là, a construit les visuels. Donc, c'est la seule réponse que je peux te donner. Visuel et image sont liés à d'abord sont liés à des médiums pour lui. C'est-à-dire, lui, il est attaché à l'image du cinéma. Il dit, le cinéma qu'on a aimé jusqu'à l'obscénité. Hein. C'est-à-dire que là, c'est le lieu où on protège une capacité plurielle d'élaboration de l'image en général. Donc, pour moi, c'est les noms de deux différentes stratégies, mais tous ces auteurs qui ont utilisé Danae l'ont utilisé un peu comme ça, c'est-à-dire ils ont pris cette opposition, quelques traits de cette opposition, la circulation contre la fermeture, la pluralité contre la singularité, et ils ont cherché des stratégies qui prenaient en charge cela. Voilà. Et sur la deuxième, tu as sans doute raison, disons l'image produite, chercher des armes de destruction de masse, sans doute elle peut changer de signe, elle peut devenir s'insérer dans une circulation complètement différente. Mais justement, moi, je ne parlais pas de cette image, que je n'ai même pas en mémoire, je te dis. Mais je parlais de l'opération. Ce qui m'intéressait, c'était que Richter mette en forme visuelle une opération comparable à cette opération-là. Voilà, donc moi, je voulais tout simplement, comment dire, aller dans cette direction. Ce que tu montes dans la page, dans quelques pages de Walcott, est réactive. La structure, le type de dispositif est propre à ce type d'enjeu. Voilà.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Alors, moi, j'avais deux petites questions, mais très... alors, je me demandais, oui, l'utilise que tu fais beaucoup de cette formulaire, d'éléments de nuance qui renforcent en effet la structure, à travers la réponse du système immunitaire, et puis on a oui, cette perception du risque. Est-ce que si c'est vraiment à travers les couleurs de cette image, tu as développé quelque chose qui va dans le sens d'une biologie, c'est-à-dire que ce sont des images à un certain moment, comme si c'était des réactions chimiques qu'on regarde dans les images. Alors je me demandais si c'est ça qui t'a amené vers ce raisonnement qui expose, est-ce que c'est en regardant ces images et les blocs qui t'ont amené à te relationner à cette vocabulaire qui nous amène vers la biologie. Et puis, je me demande aussi, pour ne pas citer, est-ce que dans le... Est-ce que quelqu'un qui utilise ça comme pour nous faire... Oui, pour faire une référence à laquelle on essaie de l'image de guerre à laquelle on est habitué. Est-ce que cette opération du parc, c'est en effet l'opération, c'est de mettre en visuel dans le sens d'avoir un regard différent sur la fonction de répétition que normalement les images ont dans les médias.
Oui, très, très bien, merci Ilaria. Disons, le lexique biologique, ça vient plutôt, c'est le type de sémantisme qu'Esposito utilise pour penser les dispositifs immunitaires. Il pense, qu'est-ce qu'on peut avoir comme modèle où tu produis, tu absorbes une partie du risque pour mieux te renforcer. Et la réponse qu'il pose des questions historiques avec toute une généalogie, et il n'est pas le seul d'ailleurs, c'est bien, on a un modèle, c'est les modèles qui lui intéressent. Donc on a un modèle dans l'immunisation justement, avec les petits problèmes que si tu te défends trop, si la réaction du corps est trop forte,
cela l'amène à l'autodestruction. Donc des stratégies auto-immunes qui sont toute une problématique de philosophie politique très importante pour cette tradition-là. Donc voilà, c'est les modèles biologiques qu'ils utilisent pour penser les dispositifs, par exemple, de ce type de conflit en état d'exception. Magamben aussi n'est pas très loin. Et sur la question de l'opacité, oui, c'est un peu ce que tu dis, c'est-à-dire qu'il me semble qu'ici, mais je ne sais pas, hein, peut-être que je me trompe. Richter nous propose de faire un exercice où on retrace, où ce type d'opération médiale, par exemple d'une opacité qui accompagne, qui renforce un certain discours médial, où cette opération est remise, si tu veux, dans un espace d'élaboration qui est celui de l'art, un espace de médiation, où vraiment, moi je crois qu'on exerce ici, on fait un exercice vraiment élaboratif. Et naturellement, comment dire, c'est pas littéral, je veux pas dire qu'on a une interprétation historico-politique détaillée regardant Workat de la guerre du Golfe, mais je dis tout simplement qu'ici, on protège un espace, on maintient un espace d'élaboration dans l'espace de médiation qui est celui de l'art, qui est un discours critique sur l'image médiale, tu vois. C'est-à-dire ce qui arrive dans les traitements médial est ici transposé et médié pour l'élaborer, je dirais. Mais ça va un peu dans la direction de cette tradition des critiques des médias que je venais d'évoquer. Donc, c'est pas vraiment quelque chose que j'ai cité cet auteur parce que cet auteur le font et je le trouve intéressant. Voilà.
Yeah, thanks for this really brilliant talk, Angela. We'll pose the question in English,
sure.
If I may. Two questions. The first one is a follow-up on Ilaria's question. It's about color. How would you situate the difference of these very, very vivid colors that we can see in the photographs in the Richter book compared to the media images of the Golfer, which were often images shot at night, like infrared images with a slightly greenish touch? That would be the first question. The second would be, how would you situate this book, this artist's book, in Richter's oeuvre? Richter, of course, being someone who has worked from photography a lot, not only abstract pictures. And then what does this mean, this practice of re-photographing his own work and shattering it and submitting his painting to the procedures of photography? It seems to me a radical opening up of the work structures, which is remarkable, given the fact that he's regarded as one of the great living painters, one who really also has contributed to the medium of painting as painting, and only through these procedures opening it up. So these were the two questions.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. The first one is very difficult. You're right. I mean, there's something prominent that goes with color here. Anyway, I didn't want to, maybe I gave this impression, but I didn't want to think this, the images, the shots in Workat as equivalent of okay. So in a way, I think you experiment here, all this canalization and resistance of the image at every time, and color is probably a part of the strategies of resistance in a way. Yes. So it's very complicated because also, for example, the red is very important because there are a lot of references to blood, there are a lot of references to death, as well as all that goes with oil, of course. So sometimes color is also the element that also produce a figurative in itself, a figurative really investment in itself. So just color makes figure. And this, the theory of cinema has got, I mean, wide literature on this. So I would answer this. I don't have a better answer. So maybe I participate on both strategy, always in a very specific way in every image.
I thought it maybe could be regarded as an exercise of seeing differences just seeing tonal differences you don't have in these greenish images. So just in a formal way,
Sure.
being able to see differences, also being able to see layers, which also pertains to sort of historical model of the image, like the image that has a certain layeredness, as you would say in English, and this layeredness also is related to a certain time structure, which is a structure, of course, of historicity, of a concrete and dense historicity.
Yeah, it's a geology in a way. Yeah,
Exactly.
sure, absolutely. Yeah, probably. And okay, I see. I mean, you mean color let this geology be particularly visible and remarkable.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Articulate
yes.
in an explicit way.
It's a mean of articulation.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And the other was
The status of the book in the work.
yeah. I think it's very coherent actually, because he's a great painter, but since '63, so since its very beginning, he makes these photo paintings where, in a way, not to media, because in the photo painting you don't have any photography, absolutely, but you have got the medial form of photography. So to media form, in an operation of montage, are always used, I think, and this is my idea, by him to let something new emerge from the document. So you have got the photo of the uncle. In the painting, you have a very special treatment that simulates the mediatic form of photography in painting. And this montage tells you something about the picture of the uncle that you didn't get in just one medium. And it's always this, and it says this poetics of inadequacy. There is no medium that can catch alone by itself something of the order of a referential horizon, of the real, let's say. But it's always in between, in the in-between. And I think it always did, and I think it's the same here somehow. Yeah, I stressed it less, but it's true that it's mainly photography of painting. No doubt about it, yeah.
Évidemment, qui nous a proposé de faire une expérience, comme auteur, qui nous a proposé de faire une expérience d'une sorte de pari de lit généralisé. C'est-à-dire d'attribuer une forme à des stimuli visuels. Et j'étais très frappé par la capacité à travailler de tout le monde, indépendamment du texte, parce que justement, on n'avait pas la lecture du texte. Mais j'aurais dû me dire la guerre Y, la seconde, la première, on aurait eu dans une culture visuelle de cette guerre, on aurait eu à peu près toutes les images qu'on aurait eu si jamais on avait pu lire de manière très précise le texte. Évidemment, on suscitait l'évocation de lire. Donc ça fonctionne même à minima, qui donne une légende minimale, où on a à ce moment-là une convocation très importante d'image. Et j'étais particulièrement frappé par le fait que la peinture d'origine de 87, elle est verticalisée, extrêmement verticalisée. Alors ici, on a, à part quelques éléments, mais globalement, et dans le livre que j'ai feuilleté, donc je ne vois pas bien la proportion des images horizontales ou verticales, mais on a quand même, sur ces deux axes, il y a une logique d'attribution du figuratif en fonction du vertical et de l'horizontal. Personnellement, l'horizontal, évidemment, ça va nous référer à des espaces, à des paysages, avec un jeu d'échelle où on est dans des panoramiques, alors que le vertical, souvent, c'est l'expérience que j'ai fait. Bon, il faudrait la confronter et la collectivité, mais on est sur des plans peu rapprochés, sur des figures humaines, sur de la guerre, sur quelque chose qui est vraiment le combat humain, alors que dès que c'est horizontal, on est dans des paysages explosés, des évolutions extrêmement qui correspondent aussi aux images. On a vu qui sont nature, qui sont fluides, qui sont très grandioses,
ici on a par l'évocation du pétrole sur le côté milieu, donc la particularité même de ces guerres de l'huile. Il suffit de savoir ça même de manière inconsciente pour que ça fonctionne. Il faudrait essayer de voir quelle est la modalité d'attribution du figuratif à quelque chose qui est arbitraire, puisque même dans le procédé de recherche, c'est arbitraire. Je trouve ça absolument passionnant parce qu'on est là, à mon avis, au croisement des choses que le terrain essaye, sur lesquelles il insiste depuis plusieurs jours, c'est-à-dire les processus, les procédés cognitifs, et avec du hyperculturel. Parce que pour le moment, ça fonctionne surtout pour nous, occidentaux, et donc ça veut dire qu'il y a une encyclopédie qui doit être maîtrisée pour pouvoir faire des travaux sur lesquels aujourd'hui on vient de faire. Et on est là, je trouve que c'est un objet absolument fabuleux.
Merci beaucoup. C'est absolument juste ce que tu dis. Et d'ailleurs, c'est encore plus intéressant parce qu'il a choisi cette horizontalisation de la verticalité originelle du tableau, indépendamment du montage avec le discours où le paysage est si lourdement impliqué. Le discours de la guerre est un discours de construction du paysage aussi naturellement. Et ce que tu dis, oui, je crois que c'est pour cela, c'est un objet très spécifique, donc on est toujours un peu... On se demande si cela a du sens d'amener un objet non si spécifique dans un contexte même des réflexions théoriques. Mais je crois qu'on touche là vraiment à cette question, d'ailleurs, très assumée du figural, ou de la figurabilité chez moi. C'est vraiment, j'ai essayé un peu de le dire, je crois que c'est vraiment un pivot théorique important pour la dynamisme, vraiment. Parce que c'est exactement le moment où la matérialité sensible de l'image, et là, le langage verbal se montre d'une certaine façon dans toute sa capacité d'ancrage et aussi de réduction. Donc, voilà.
I'll hand over to the organizers. Thank you again.
No, thank you, and sorry for the long.
En réalité, j'avais un peu de la question, mais je sens que tu vas moins d'approcher. Maybe we should just say, because you mentioned that you kind of was already at Hagi also, it's already going towards the third meeting, but the reason why we wanted to have not only this kind of internal theology of the Western tradition from some selected episodes from the Renaissance to psychoanalysis, very broadly speaking, but we also wanted to talk about non-dominant modes of image production. So just to make this clear, the reason why we wanted to have examples like graffiti, media with Sunil, what he was planning to speak about, and now some artists using dispositives like montage, and of course Cicero with forms of operative images in science. Also displacing some kind of aesthetic paradigms of images. But if I just because we're already into this final discussion, of course, not go as long as we have planned, and I think this is already moving towards the prospect of what we can gather from it. But I just wanted to say a word about your extremely rich presentation, but which still leaves me with some kind of very disappointing feeling that I still don't know whether it's a brilliant piece of work or a very bad one. And I mean, it's been 10 years it came out, and I don't know. You helped me like getting back into it. Why would you be very bad? Okay, the reason is that I mean, most of us consider Gerd Lichter to be a very important artist. So we kind of take it for granted that it must be good what he does.
I wouldn't agree on this. I mean, we are great.
Okay, but many people think that he's one of the most important artists alive. But I mean, what is he doing? He's basically taking his abstract paintings in a book, copy. I mean, having photos. No, let me just finish. No, but he's photographing his own paintings. He's in a very. I mean, this is the most aesthetic, illustrative art he produces, and he can be criticized for producing beautiful things, illustrative things even, and then he makes cuts from newspapers. So he has been working with newspaper cuts, photographs since the 70s. Now he reverses it. He has cuts in newspapers, and he kind of thinks, I'm a painter, what can I do? I'm going to present my own paintings and have it contrasted with image regimes which are very, very, very different from that. I'm sorry, I don't recognize anything. This is not my visual experience. This greenish thing, this is Iraq War I, the greenish thing. The Iraq War II was very different. These are images that are neither vertical nor horizontal. These are operative images from above, rectangular images that were taken from a very difficult perspective. Yeah, but I mean, we are talking about abstract painting, which is what he excels in, of course. But we can also browse through this and say, this is beautiful. I don't necessarily have to see the contrast, the violence. I can also see the beauty of an artist saying, you know, there is violence in the world, and I oppose the materiality of my painting, and I'm resisting through the materiality of painting to these flat, poor images, as you said with Wittgenstein, as many. So I could even have like a very romanticizing reading of this, saying there is an artist here who is the artist of ambiguity. But in the end, what he's doing is a very dialectical thing. There is text about violent things, and there is an artist showing his resisting mode, which is that of the materiality of the framed painting. What can we oppose to this?
Well, it's a conflict of interpretation. My interpretation against yours. It's a mechanics. It's all right.
Yours is please go.
I wanted to say that I think you cannot blame the artist for the lack of potential of your own interpretation. I think this is for my students, I ask them to describe first before they judge. Is it good or bad? I think this judgment is something which falls utterly back onto your own decision. And I found the question that Antonia was asking, how did he photograph it? What did he photograph? My first idea is he's photographing his colors because they come from the same place where the chemical weapons come from. This is a study on the Farben, which I see here. But of course, this will be, you know, media studies kind of looking at the thing. What are the channels he is opening? What are the channels that I find convincing? And I don't see the metaphors of the war in there so much. I can see the point that Marcus was making, saying we are asked to make differences. But this is why I showed you the film yesterday. You have an evocation, an appel of the image or of the piece of art, and the way you position yourself towards the place will tell people something about your of your positioning towards the political constellation of things. But it's not about good or bad or reality or no reality. If you think these are landscapes, that's perfectly fine. But that will tell people something about the archaeology of your own potentiality. If you see, like I do, somebody who's suddenly realizing he's been working with things that in other constellations become chemical weapons, then that might be my paranoid kind of, you know, perception of Richter. But we have to be talking about those things, and I would never say Richter is good or bad. Of course, I mean, he's the official German state artist. We have to keep that in mind. There's no way around it. But maybe there's something else to be seen inside the images which are quite detached from that, like from the point where we can see that.
Maybe it's also remembering the fact that it's a pharmacology. I mean, the pharmacon is both what kills and what saves, but it's also thinking. So it's this word in Greek described those things. You buy the drug store, you buy the drugs, and buy the drugs, those chemicals you think. I don't know. It would be
I think you have to thank you, everybody. Not perfectly, because it's almost on to go. So the family, as it's French, si je prends une minute pour remercier Clément et chacun, parce que ça a été un deuxième volet de ces projets, c'est un deuxième volet de ces projets passionnants et qui a mobilisé de nombreuses choses, donc je ne suis pas du tout en mesure de conclure. Vous serez un après-midi disponible pour poser d'autres questions, surtout pour écouter votre question à ce sujet. Juste, si vous avez le temps de vous envoyer des commentaires, des questions pour penser à la suite de Dynamis, comme bon, feel free, just a moment. But I was, j'ai un peu de penser ce matin à ce que j'ai dit. En ouvrant le séjour du travail, quand je rappelais ce que Heidegger disait il y a presque un siècle sur le fait qu'à l'époque de l'image est achevée, elle est terminée. Parce que c'est aussi avec cette pensée de Heidegger qu'on avait commencé à esquisser les pages qui sont l'ordinateur, et à la fois quand on a vu ce séjour, à la fin des journées du Düsseldorf, on était incertain si la question était la dynamisme de l'image ou l'image de la dynamisme. Comment faire circuler ou comment articuler cette relation. Et là, en vous écoutant, je commence à me demander, c'est pas du tout un jeu de mots que je veux faire, si finalement l'image elle-même est dynamisée. Parce que s'il faut renoncer à cette relation, à cette dialectique, si on peut abandonner la dialectique de la relation entre la puissance et l'image, et juste accepter le fait que l'image en tant que telle, dans toutes ses différences, est la forme contemporaine. Et la forme contemporaine actuelle de la dynamisme dans un cadre théorique. Et je me demande juste si on l'accepte comme ça, toutes les différences qu'on arrive à la possibilité de faire émerger à la fin du mouvement musicaliste, vont se pacifier, je parle d'un pas de pacification, mais je comprends comment l'image marche dans la pensée théorique. Je me demande juste si c'est vraiment cette image comme dynamisme, comme puissance elle-même qu'il faut prendre en compte. Ça, il dit quelque chose. Est-ce que tu peux terminer juste un peu pour remercier tout le monde de sa présence et eikones.
Oui, voilà. The last word is to thank all of those who made this possible. Some of those people are not here today, so I think we should also remember that there were actually many people contributing to this. Just mention the two student assistants who made us the coffee, prepared the soup. They're not here now, but we shouldn't forget those workers in the dark. And of course also the eikones staff who has supported us and people who supported us at so it's a network, and I think this is for me that is the kind of the image which I take it. It's many people have been telling us these past 2 days that it was kind of a space of where things become possible again, and maybe that's just the word universitas receives its meaning again. It's the space where things can be talked about, and we are here in the place which was the university of Basel, and now we see how this differentiation of knowledge, this differentiation of epistemes, of competences has led to such a diversification, even topographic diversification within Basel, within places, and it becomes extremely difficult to organize meetings and transgressions and encounters, because we are all in our specific fields, we are all immense pressures to produce a certain and to fulfill certain demands, and we've seen it. It becomes difficult to organize these things here because we all have immense agendas, and so I see it as a very precious. At least I use the word geschenk. Maybe this is the way that I see it. Is everything possible, and maybe just small windows of opportunities. So I hope this network, in its very informal way, will continue to exist. I don't think we need to formalize it in any way, and we'll see how things evolve. I think we can make this announcement that we will, the next date will be, as Stella has already said at the beginning, of June, 24th to 6th of June next year in Paris. We are working on this. The invitation is to everybody to join us. We don't have all the latitude to support everybody materially, logistically, and financially to have you there, but we will do our best. And if you have means of coming via, of course, we will be delighted and give you all the logistics support we can give you. That being said, I think we just need to say, well, thanks to all of you, and well, let's keep in touch. And thanks to you.